Weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursuit of truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot that multiplies. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. With clenched fists, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back, I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God
What's up?
I'm ready to live. Fool if I'm promised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hell.
We're probably gonna have a short audience to begin with. I think M's got a video going on. He started at 8.
Back at a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. But drama free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain. Back to work and goddamn, I can feel the change. Side of the coin, I'm paranoid. At the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Some sunlight on my
Yo, Froggy Fresh.
Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. So I sit back and relax. Still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me, I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut-wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this. I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me, it's hard to believe. And everything around me is so diseased. So answer this, who the fuck are you? And who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all his prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I've clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live when the move so fast. And everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions. But where the fuck is the light in my tunnel? So hand me the balance, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die? When happiness is in short supply, they hand you a pill and they tell you to try. I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days. Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention.
Welcome, everybody.
Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent, I gave in. I was hell-bent, I still lost you in the end. I take 2 steps forward and I take 3 steps back. You can hear the contradiction, maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention, God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me.
We're probably not gonna have a whole lot of people here for a little bit. I think M's still running a video.
Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing.
That's alright, they'll miss my very secret update video.
Not made up, but I made up. I suggested you just keep the tip.
Yeah, M being an asshole. I kept moving mine later and later so I wouldn't interfere with nobody. I'll be damned if they don't. M isn't trying to interfere with me now. I'm gonna have to drive to Hollywood, whip his ass.
I've got a couple screws loose,
He's
but
mad because I said his head was shaped like Charlie Ward's head, and that's only passed through genetics.
lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But inside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery.
Yeah, I mean, I hope if they're watching M's, I don't want them to leave. I just don't want to keep pushing mine further back. But I hope they finish watching it. They can always watch my replay. That's no big deal.
Balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator.
What kind of drugs you dealing over there, Lynn? With 4 phones and two smart TVs. What are you doing?
You know that stage is set. You better buckle up.
And can you hook me up?
And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit.
That was only the end of it was gross.
Jesus.
I hate myself secretly.
All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip, worshiping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like Thor in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong, starving for attention. I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers, cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that state.
I know we've been talking a lot about religion, so I brought in a preacher for a very special message to you guys.
Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause
Oh yeah, they offered them to my parents too because they get Medicaid, I guess.
Open his closet, I found
Or
some
Medicare. They're disabled, so they get it.
to the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16.
All right, here we go, guys.
With Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops.
Man, I can't
What's up,
talk to
Sage?
you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
Jay's awesome. He makes all the music, and BT does the remixes. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I saw your comment, Nick.
You ain't seen none yet.
And yeah. Woo, woo.
Mars in the house. Hey, hey, hey.
Nasara, the jab, pine needle tea,
Underground Doms save the children.
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel,
Medbed
martial law,
1745, 10 Days of Darkness, digging tunnels, Dogecoin, the Evergreen, 19, Vaseline, boom. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Well, Johnny, you can go to mommy's basement. The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's a off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
This is a
We are now
reminder.
the news.
Anytime you see M Seeker of Truth on Telegram, please kindly remind him that his head is the exact same shape as Charlie Ward's head. We did the overlay. We've contacted the experts. We've ran the notes and checked the logs. That can only be passed on genetically. He has to be related to Charlie. There is no doubt in my mind, and there should be no doubt in yours. Like I said, we had been speaking about religion a lot lately, so I brought in a preacher for you guys. Check this out.
Do you want him to find you sitting on your couch in your underwear, eating cheesy poofs, watching Joel Osteen tell you that you're living a victorious Christian life because your beanbag chair is somehow clean under your sweaty, stanky body? No! Don't be as the manner of some is. All the more as you see the day approaching. We need to be the family. We need to be.
I'm sorry. I'm not making fun of religion, but have you guys ever seen Van Down by the River? The skit from SNL? In a van down by the river. Now watch this guy move his legs.
To be a part of each other's lives. Right. We are the family of God. We are the people of God. Oh, this world is nuts. Jesus is coming back. Right. Do you want him to?
He has channeled the spirit. He lives in a van down by the river.
In your underwear, eating cheesy poofs, watching Joel Osteen tell you that you're living a victorious Christian life because your beanbag chair is somehow clean under your sweaty, stanky body.
He's really just telling them what he does through the week. No Joel Osteen, no cheesy poofs. I want you guys to make sure of that. I've got a couple more update videos for you that I need to cover before we get into the topic tonight. But if you will, please like and share. We're probably going to be a little bit short on viewers till M ends his video. That's fine. And Liberty ends theirs. That usually happens. Please like and share no matter where you're at, Facebook, YouTube. I'm going to start the bot. You guys know by now how to support the channel. If you want to support the channel, please leave a message so I can read it. I do really appreciate thanking people. I try to thank every donation individually, so you guys are more than welcome to do that. I'm going to start the bot. It'll pop up periodically. But our next video is as if we weren't scared enough. Now, the British Royal Marines can fly. This is not CGI. This is not computer affected. It's not edited. The British Royal Marines, and I'm sure Navy SEALs and everybody else can fucking fly now. Yep, he's just flying, you know, boarding this ship. I'll agree, it is pretty cool. But I tell you, I don't think anybody's thought this through completely. You guys know how aggressive those people are who call and leave you messages about your car's extended warranty? Wait till they get a hold of this technology. They'll be chasing you down the interstate. They won't need your number anymore. They'll check your tags and they will chase you down the interstate. There's another one where here towards the end where 3 of them board at once. This is actually really cool technology. I've been watching this kind of develop in the private industry. Of course, the military didn't develop this. If they did, they stole the idea. I've been watching this develop in the flight suits, basically. Those are thrusters on his arm. He's got a central thruster on his back that provides thrust to make him basically weightless. The thrusters on his hands, kind of like Iron Man, balance him out. I think this is where, where's the one where 3 board? Oh, I forgot to show you. He flies back to the ship as well, or to the boat. I would absolutely love, I mean, it would have to be a much bigger one because I outweigh this man, but I would actually love one of these. I would just do it to freak people out. Here it is, 3 pilot boarding. They've got their investors, their civilians, their blah, 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 their whatever. Probably a bunch of politicians on the boat watching all this. This is an official military test. One of those pilots is actually a Royal Marine. The other 2 work for the company that develops it. There is one point I probably should have showed it. He does end up landing back on the. I should have showed that as it really happens, because he flies off and goes back and lands on the. Here it is. He does land back on the boat. It's not like he has to stay there now or climb down the ladder. He flies all the way back to the rubber boat. Yeah, he's that ship. I mean, even just they're moving pretty good. You can see that wake and turbulence. Yeah, I mean, he catches it in quick, in a hurry. Drops a rope ladder, and everybody climbs up. It's pretty cool. I just thought I would show that to you just because it popped up. A couple more people that we may cover in the future. One of them I'm definitely going to cover when I finish doing some research. This woman's name is, she's on a podcast, first of all, called the Right On Podcast. And it's got this long-haired hippie dude. Can't remember what his name is. But the co-host, her name is Jessie. And she believes that she was chosen to be the future Queen Mother of Darkness. And she escaped and got away from it. And now she helps expose this type of stuff. Here's a video I found today, not of her, but of someone talking about her and why she was chosen to be the future Queen Mother of Darkness. We're going to cover the Right On podcast soon because they've had Madison, they've had Charlie, they've had all the grifters. Now, David Nino, they've had everybody.
I want to ask you, how did you...
Oh, she might be in this interview, actually.
I mean, we know that you were groomed to be the Queen Mother of Darkness, which was the highest position. What made them choose you for the position? What made you eligible? Why did they
Sorry, title taken.
It pretty much had to do with 2 things. One was the bloodline. You know, I've traced some of my ancestry back, and you know, they've spent years. I
automatically don't trust anybody that I feel like I can see the base of their brain when they're looking eye to eye to me because their nose is in that direction. Not saying she is, not making fun of anybody's intrinsic values. But if I feel like I can see synapses firing back and forth across the brain matter when we're looking eye to eye, it kind of bothers me.
Years trying to create or breed individuals that have the heightened gifts that are prominent in each of the different bloodlines. So
hold on. I probably should have done this. Let me do this. Right On podcast. Somebody told me I sound like this guy. Right On Radio. I'm sorry, Right On Radio. Someone told me I sound like this guy because he always says right on, right on, right on to like start his podcast or whatever. She is the co-host. She wasn't originally, but she is now the co-host of this. And they just had Madison on. I wonder if it's still up. You would think it would be. Kind of weird. I don't see it. I thought it was really recent. Maybe not. It's the Right On Radio. I forget the guy's name, but it doesn't really matter. Let me just pick one randomly if I don't see it in a second. A box and a letter. It doesn't matter. Let me just pick the most recent one.
Right.
We are going to cover this in a future show. This whole show, we're going to cover it. I saw your comment, Nick. That was funny.
Hey, everyone.
Jeff Shepard.
Sunday show. Word up, word up. Look, it's important to get the word into you. And
He sounds sick.
You're going to hear from myself. I'm going to be reading from Romans 1. Jesse, I believe, is reading from Peter. And Madison is reading from Thessalonians today. Jody said she sent something to me, but I looked all through and plead our case.
They're talking to Madison Marquette. He sounds sick.
And to the uncultured, both to the wise.
Oh, they're just doing Bible study today?
And I just thank you for being in the audience. I think
Matt Foley is preaching. That's exactly right. Tommy Boy.
Tune in on Tuesday. I think you're going to have a...
So Madison is on this. She's been on several times. Apparently this time she's here to read the Bible.
God, all made possible because of the grace of
Anyways, we're going to cover that whole podcast. I just want you to know that that's where this woman comes from, Jessie. And she was being brought up to be the Queen Mother of Darkness.
You know, I believe I'm made up of about 10 of the different bloodlines. One of my highest gifts was being able to hear, see, and feel in the spirit realm, and to be able to have that connection with...
Oh, one more thing. Somebody asked me about Monkey Works and 107, and I didn't answer because the intro was playing. I was really disappointed with Monkey Works. Like, I know he's sometimes on this QAnon thing, and sometimes he's not, and sometimes he's correcting people, and sometimes he's telling people not to use his content. But basically, back to back with him attacking smaller channels, saying they were trying to bait him out by proving where he was wronged, and then having fucking 107 on to do an interview as if he's a legitimate source and giving him all that fucking audience that he has, giving him the power to that audience, was the last fucking straw. Fuck Monkey Works. I'm done.
So
I'm not cutting him any more slack.
Hear him. I could interact with him. You know, the best way I could describe it was kind of like a radio that's always tuned to a certain station.
Yeah.
So
At what point did they realize that you are eligible for that? I mean, that you had all these amazing gifts and things that they needed. How did they discover that?
That's
yeah,
right,
so I
Jeff.
had talked last time about the initial tests that we went through, and that the item that I had picked had been something that wasn't even there or available.
Yeah.
They saw that in the spirit realm, and then it went through, you know, pretty much every night. My proctor would, you know, sit in the hallway and talk with Satan, and my job, I had to listen. And then they would ask me, you know, what did he say? Repeat back word for word. And, you know, eventually it got where it wasn't just Satan, it could be his general demons as well. And as they were having their meetings, I had to repeat back everything that I heard or saw. Then the stinker in me came out, and, you know, I was tired of waiting. So I would just, you know, blurt out everything that I heard, whether they wanted me to or not.
I did too, actually, Penny. I just because I was mad. I'm sub to a lot of grifters so I can get the updates. But I was mad. Like after I left my comment and shit, I hit the unsub button just as a symbolism. I'll have to resubscribe so I know when he's made videos. But just because I was angry, I was like, fuck this, I unsubscribe too.
And so that was part of it. And then the other part was that there were 7 of these high-level individuals who all read my tarot, and the future and what they get from that.
It's so weird that they're putting ascensionism, psychics, predictions, tarot cards, and mixing it with some brand new breed of Christianity, or at least they're using those words. They're saying the word Christianity. When I was raised in Christianity, like tarot cards were evil, fucking psychics were evil. We learned about the fucking the witch in the Bible, and the dude who went to see the witch, and his sentence was death because he consulted a witch, but she did tell him the future. But like all that shit was, man, like I don't know how they're all mixing it together now.
That information is very important to them. There's ancient prophecies that they've been waiting for to be fulfilled for generations. So as they read my tarot and saw my spiritual gifts, some of those things were revealed that that I was the one who would fulfill some of those prophecies, especially around the end time stuff. So, all 7 of these people, what was interesting, usually when they read people's tarots, they would get, different answers or different.
So I don't actually even know how to say that. Is it, where did it go? Carillion. Is it Essene? But that's like the mysticalism Jews, right? The mystic Jews, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Different aspects.
I don't know how to say it. I've only just read it.
Cards would always turn out a little different depending on who was doing the reading. With all 7 people who read mine, each time they pulled the exact same cards, and those cards told them that I would rise to the top of the system, but it also told them that I was called by God to literally destroy the house and destroy the system.
She was called by God to be the mother of darkness. No, she was bred to be the mother of darkness and raised to be the mother of darkness. And one of the podcasts, she said she wasn't the only one. There was a bunch of them, but she quickly rose to the top as the they were like weaning people out, right? They were going through, they're trying to find the best of the best, and she quickly rose to the top. And then she was chosen by God to bring down that house, to destroy it. And that's why he put her on a podcast, that gets 4,000 views a week.
So they were in a conflict, and I can understand why your proctor, knowing that, would have maybe tried to take you out a few times, right?
Well, yeah. So Lilith, it just depends on who you ask, because the Bible doesn't go over a whole lot of like the dark side shit. But depending on whose stories you read and which one you go over. But what she's saying is like she had to be raised and taught and ready to accept it, and then some type of entity would enter her body.
Right, would that be the reason?
Yeah, I mean, she knew that, in order for me to fulfill what the Lord,
it does sound like American Horror Story.
To fulfill, it meant her destruction, her downfall.
Uh-huh.
So that's her story. We are going to be covering Right On Radio. It'll be later. I'm still putting some stuff together. And we're going to try to cover this. They've had Madison on a few times now. What I didn't like, and I haven't verified this woman, but other than just a simple Google search, I feel like shit is missing from here. Is this the main channel? Anyways, Madison Marquette brought on a woman who was legitimately dealing with trafficking and sexual abuse cases and blah blah blah, stuff like that, stuff that I can't say on YouTube. And she was actually hers. From what I googled, the foundation she started was actually even involved in that little sting they did at the Super Bowl. So this woman seems like at least legitimate enough to get invited to help with the Super Bowl sting, and they mixed her up in all this bullshit. So she's going to lose credibility when everything comes out. So not only are they making up their own stories, they're actually hurting legitimate organizations that are trying to help, it would seem. So that's her. And now I think that's all the updates I had. Oh, no. I'm sorry. We got one more. So I know you're going to be like, well, you're coming Jason Q again. Let me tell you, this episode of One Republic Network starts with a bang and ends with a bang. Okay? Let me just tell you, it starts with a bang and it ends with a bang. We're not going to watch it all, but we are going to watch some of it. They are not live. I just hadn't refreshed the page since I was listening to it live.
Brainwash.
There we go. Now get that thing a little bit. Sorry about the loud noise, but we all know how much fun this is. Next week things will be changing as long as everything comes in on schedule. Good morning, Jason. How are you doing today?
Morning. How are you?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
We were just talking a second ago, we know that there's a lot of stuff going on and it's affecting all of us in different ways. And I got a lot of sleep, but I woke up and I was not depressed, but really sad. Just feel like I'm going to cry and a little crampy and whatever. So I know a lot of you guys are on here today, and
she was feeling sad and having cramps when she woke up this morning. It's got to be the QAnon movement. It's the awakening.
If you haven't noticed, our Monday show got us banned on Facebook. And of course, because Facebook banned One Republic Network, they banned me as well. So I got a double whammy going on over there. So I did create a new Facebook thing. If you want to let people know if it's going to come up.
Yeah, I heard someone exposed his flat earth pic. I don't remember who it was, though.
This is the
Must
new
be O'Biden.
Facebook.
Thanks a lot, O'Biden.
One I created in the meantime, just so at least for the next 30 days, the Facebook people can come over and you guys can at least watch it there. So it's facebook.com.
Just wait. It gets very loud very quickly.
Jones, ORN. So I created that just for you guys. It's got a picture of a dog on it. It is what it is. But because Facebook decided to do that, well, we all know why they did it. They didn't like my break video. And, granted, it was a rough one, but it still needs to be out there once in a while. But they obviously hated it, so they banned the thing. So I'm going to work on getting the Telegram thing done. I know a lot of you guys keep asking me, where's the Telegram? How can I find it? I haven't done it yet because I'm going to do 2 or 3 of them.
So I don't know what her workout routine is, but she does have large biceps. She could probably... if a bunch of guys come running at her, she could probably beat off dudes with both hands.
And they're all going to kind of
ambidextrous, I think is what that's called.
I need to go about this a certain way, and it's time consuming. So, just give me a little patience and we'll get that rolling, though, I promise. Because Telegram, I also want you guys to have your own group where you're putting stuff in and, possibly a private group and then one that just shows our videos. So just got to keep it diverse and ready for everyone. So I think there's one thing that I know I'm really upset about, and you and I talked about this yesterday, Jason, and that was
here we go.
Biden's thing yesterday, where he came out and he was talking about the billions. I didn't have a chance to download it so I could share it with everybody, but I know you want to talk about that. And there's another piece of that entire speech that I think is the part that's upsetting me. So we're going to talk about that too. But do you want to start with your part today? About the San Diego thing, or are we not talking about that, or what? Or is that just a little thing between you and I?
Is that, we were all talking. I mean, I don't know if it was on this show or a different show that we were talking about, like Anchorman.
Listen here, okay? Scott McKay, Forkin Patriot Street Fighter. Birds got to fly, fish got to swim.
Like we're making like jabs, and I think it might have been on Galactic Greg last week, and the whole fuck you San Diego, right?
Right.
Because at the when he's like, oh, he reads everything, everything on teleprompter, he'll read, and making jokes about that. And what does he do yesterday?
Reads the
he
teleprompter.
pulled the San Diego moment.
Yeah, he totally
does it. I'm like, are you serious, guys? I'm like guys, we're all we're doing we're just calling like different things to movies, and it's like they're making it happen. It's like, are they listening to us too?
Well,
I mean,
I'm not doubting.
So the Biden administration, well, I'm sorry, I misspoke. The people actually pulling the strings behind the puppet Biden administration is listening to Jason Q on Galactic Greg and getting ideas for the movie we're all watching and putting those into the script, is what he just said.
Not at all.
It's like, because we're laughing, because it's like, you got to laugh about that because the whole teleprompter, it's like, what movie has the teleprompter where he says whatever? I mean, from what he said yesterday, he even says that, the Republicans came up with the previous administration came up with the whole vaccine and everything like that, and the Democrats are pushing it out. And it's like, well, if they came up with the vaccine, but yet they didn't make it like a mandatory for kids and mandatory this, mandatory that, mandatory for federal employees. And then, not to mention, calling all of us unvaccinated that we're the problem. It's like, wait a second. I'm like, who in the hell are you to say that we're the problem? You do know that it's unconstitutional to mandate to have a mandatory vaccination.
That's right, Scott McKay.
And that's the part
we went
that's
over this
me.
a lot of times.
All right, here's where it goes. It's going to go off the rails.
What is upsetting me about that part is making it mandatory for the military. I had a conversation with a friend yesterday, and we brought up a lot of points, and that's what I wanted to run through.
But that's what I understand.
I'm just saying, skull shape is only attributed to genetic material.
Made it unconstitutional for the military to get mandatory vaccinations.
Here we go.
Emmett G. Sullivan did it.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Why don't these people wake the fuck up? I mean, seriously. It was made unconstitutional by the same judge that they made sure that Sidney Powell and General Flynn had.
Here we go.
Whatever happened to him? He retired.
You're going to love this, Parisa.
Like, why did they put him out there then? They put him out there for us to find why he was there.
Oh, okay.
And why he was there was to let us know is that on his 34-page or 40, I think it was 34-page, 34-43, ended up with 7. His decision was that mandatory vaccinations are unconstitutional for the military because of the whole thing with the Gulf War syndrome, where they killed a bunch of our soldiers and Marines because they gave them this vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
Our own government and people.
They didn't kill most of them.
What about the CDC? Oh, CDC. The CDC is England, people. It is not the Center of Disease Control. It's England. There's your federal government. Right there.
Well, that's
anybody
really...
want to point that out or anything like that? It's plain as day. It's in the whole Sierra Leone with the McAfee with the diamonds. When we dug into the diamonds in Sierra Leone.
Right.
The babies.
How they say diamonds are a girl's best friend.
All right, so he's going to go back over the way he believes that small urban children are being murdered, cremated, and put in a machine to make diamonds to sell them back to you.
Why? Because a diamond is children. They cremate the children. GE has a massive press that they use. They used it for cremated remains too. Like if you want to get like a family member cremated, you can have them cremated into a diamond. It's like, what makes you think they aren't doing it for everyone?
Well, and that's interesting.
Who runs the jewelers? First 3 letters, guys. First 3 letters. Anybody? I mean, does anybody see an issue with this? Why do you think Donald Trump doesn't wear a ring? Why do you think they don't wear diamonds? Because they know what it is. They know exactly what it is.
Yeah. And that's
diamonds were never like diamonds.
That's the thing that's upsetting, though, is, you're going to mandate it for all federal employees and visitors to federal buildings. Let's not forget that part. And then you've got the House and the Senate that both have different rules. And Nancy Pelosi is making the face mask.
He's getting worked up. Look how heavy he's breathing.
Do it. He can get away with sitting
It's
around.
going to get bad, boys.
Montana Rosenthal, he took a video actually and posted it of Jerry Nadler not wearing a mask, wondering why he's not being arrested. And then the Senate has different rules. And the security guards, what they have to deal with on 2 sides of the House having completely different rules makes absolutely no sense. It's idiotic. So you want to make it federal mandatory for the employees and for visitors, but then you want to make it mandatory for the military. And the thing that's upsetting about the military is if they push that one, what happens with the military personnel? These are my thoughts.
Here we go.
1, my words are just not going to come to me today. Insubordination. And then what's the other one where they can get? Oh man, my brain is just not thinking. I had all these words. Yeah, court-martial. So my question is if it's insubordination and if they end up putting them in jail, do they lose their rights and they're going to vaccinate them if they're in jail for insubordination as well? That was a big question.
No, because it's unconstitutional.
So basically, I don't know why she said insubordination and then court-martial. Insubordination is an act. Court-martial is a process. Both to end up in jail, you either get picked up by the MPs or you end up in a court-martial. Either way, you're still going to court.
I can't believe. I mean,
here we go.
I totally get what you're saying, and I understand, but we're seeing them push these things.
Here we go.
What people have to understand: you need a mandatory scare event. Stand up for your fucking selves, people. If your job says you have to get this or you lose your job, why don't everybody just have one day where they all just walk the fuck out of work? Guess what? Everything stops. Power.
So the world doesn't work like that. The world doesn't work like that. One of the funniest things to watch is Facebook when there's a day where none of us are supposed to buy gas. Let's say today's Friday, okay? Let's say tomorrow, Saturday, no one buys gas. Right?
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Uh-oh. There's Rusty.
We have a responsibility. We take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Paid $500 to school. So this is just a bit extra. Sorry for this being long. Scott Mackay, have you ever heard of a fight where a Russian has lost to MC?
Oh, thank you very much, Rusky. Thank you very much, Rusky. I appreciate it. What was I just saying? Oh, the world doesn't work like that. One of the funniest things that's not the real Jeff B, to watch is, okay, there's a post on Facebook that says, tomorrow, Saturday, none of us are buying gas. There will be people in the group saying, hey, make sure you go buy gas tonight. Buy extra. Fill up. Because tomorrow we're not buying gas. That doesn't do anything. So you think you're going to coordinate a populace to all walk out of work? Okay.
We have the power, people. Fuck, everybody just leave. Just walk out. Everybody quit being pussies. Quit saying, well, I need my job. Well, you know what? Then go fucking work in China. You drag them by their throat and you drag them, throw them out. Say, no, you're coming with us. I don't care if you got kids or not. They're killing your kids too. Go in the schools and drag the kids out, and then you go and then you beat the fuck out of all the teachers too.
Oh, I wonder why Jason keeps getting banned places. Jason Q doesn't work. He was on temporary disability because he hurt his hand, and I think that was going to turn into permanent disability. It may have turned into permanent disability, but luckily an alien came down and healed it for him. I wonder why they keep getting banned. It doesn't make any sense. They're just out here suggesting that you pull your kids out of the school and then go back inside and beat the fuck out of the teachers. I don't see it. I don't understand.
That's what you do. They're the problem.
I get it, but we're
the schools. No,
that's in a
the
private
problem
sector.
is that everybody wants to take this whole pacifist. You know what? What was this country founded on? By people that didn't put up with England's bullshit. Guess who's giving us the same bullshit? It's them fucking cocksuckers in England. I mean, fuck! Come on, wake up! Jesus fucking Christ! You see people walk around mess. It's 100 degrees out. You had these fucking NBA word, I can't breathe shirts. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Now it's 100 degrees out, you're wearing a mask. Can you breathe?
Ooh.
No, you can't. So why is it you can't? Why you can't? So rules for thee, not for me?
Right. And I'm in
When are
totally
people going
agreement
to wake
with
up
you,
and have
Jay.
a fight?
I'm just
When are they
concerned
gonna
about the
revolt?
military.
It's going all right, Em. We're going to we're raising some money and doing all right. We're going to have to make some decisions soon. We're running out of time, but yeah, it's going all right. Especially for I was blown away by the support, especially for as short of the time frame we've had, like 2 months or something, and that's not even up yet. I think it's coming up close to 30K, something like that. Plus, I've had some people behind the scenes volunteer to help. There might be a fundraiser happening behind the scenes, maybe. We just have to see what works out. But yeah, it's going all right, man. Thanks for asking.
Military
When are you guys going to stop being pussy Americans? No. You know what? The ones that are sitting here being total pussies and compliant, you're not Americans. You guys might as well go to Taiwan, Hong Kong. No, not Taiwan because they're not a part of China. Go to the CCP or go over there. Go over there where they're all just all compliant. Quit being just. I mean, why can't everybody just raise up and say, you know what? Fuck this. Who's the CDC to say anything? Who's Fauci to say anything? We have the fucking documents that prove it. All vaccines are bioweapons. I asked everybody to print it out. It's 171 pages. Read it. Stop saying, oh, well, give us the Cliff Notes. You want the Cliff Notes? I can give it to you simply. Get the fuck out of America. There you go. There's your Cliff Notes. If you cannot take the time to read about why they are doing this, then leave. You don't deserve to be an American. They're waiting for us to rise up. The rest of the world. And everybody's just sitting there on their fucking thumbs because they're worried about, oh, we're going to car. People help me. Fuck your car. Fuck your house. Fuck it. Fuck your job. What is a job anyways? Were we created to be slaves? No. Stop being such pacifist bullshit and just take to the streets. Start grabbing these people by the throat. We have our First Amendment and Second Amendment rights. Use them. I don't care if you got a pistol whip every motherfucker in your whole city. With people with a mask on, especially ones with these burly beards. It's like, quit being a pussy right there. Well, I gotta wish. Oh, what do you think nothing's getting behind it? We had to work around this shit for 21 years. You need when you wear a half-face respirator, you need to wear. It has to be a double canister, and it has to be you have to be pulmonary fit tested, right? So nothing comes in and everything goes out. Okay, that's the only way you could wear one, and you're not going to wear one every day, all day. You got these kids in these schools wearing them. It's like, why? Why do you have these kids wearing them?
Especially the jewelry
There's no reason for
tops.
kids to be wearing these in fucking schools.
So
They clearly change it. They
I don't disagree that there's probably going to come a time that people are going to have to stand up and say no more. Like, this has gone too far. People are going to have to stand up. The problem is when you yell and scream and throw a piece of paper and knock your camera around from a computer chair, you can't call a single motherfucker out. You better be doing that shit from the streets. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You can't call nobody out from your fucking note-taking bunker. Come on, brother.
They change your mind. The CDC. Well, this, well, that, well, this, well, that. No, you know what? How about this? How about what? Just because, Delta variant? You know what the Delta variant is? It's the Zuma virus. It's the virus that they had on the SpaceX rocket that they took off of the SpaceX rocket last year, and they replaced with all the heads that they cut the fuck off, and they cryogenically froze them and shot them into a portal. Oh, that sounds crazy? But your kid run around in school, they can't.
They took off all their heads, they cryogenically froze them, and they shot them into a portal? So I don't even know. Somebody said there's different types of respirators. There are. I don't even know what he's talking about. He said we had to work around this shit for 21 years. Are you saying you have 21 years of experience working in construction? Because you said we, and I have no idea who you're talking about. Because there's been respirators for longer than 21 years, and not everybody works with respirators. I mean, I know what he's talking about. I've had to be fit tested, and they fucking take that Bitter X shit and break it, and it fucking smells like pepper or ammonia or whichever one they use. Like, I understand what he's talking about, but not everybody would.
Okay, that's the only way you could wear one, and you're not going to wear one every day, all day. You got these kids in these schools wearing them. It's like, why? Why do you have these kids wearing them? There's no reason for kids to be wearing these in fucking schools.
His chat's just saying, come on, I was here live. Come on, yay, this is awesome. Get them.
Well, this, well, that. No, you know what? How about this? How about what? Just because, Delta variant? You know what the Delta variant is? It's the Zuma virus.
Here we go.
It's the virus that they had on the SpaceX rocket that they took off of the SpaceX rocket last year, and they replaced with all the heads that they cut the fuck off, and they cryogenically froze them and shot them into a portal. Oh, that sounds crazy? But your kid run around in school, they can't breathe. It's crazy. You want to know why? Well, Chuck, you know what? Right here. You want to know why? Because we have got the shit right here.
I don't know what's going on with the camera.
Do more harm than good. Dr. Vernon Coleman, right there. Okay. Unreported truths about COVID-19 lockdown. Right there. We can put those in the other 8 bins of COVID bullshit. Cut the shit. It's not even a flu. They're injecting you with mRNA to make you to attach your DNA to make you a zombie. That's it. It's exactly what they're doing. It's Conplan 8888. Look it up. We've already went over the whole zombie apocalypse. It's not zombies. You're the zombie. You're the one walking around like, oh, compliant. Oh, you're just like, man, sure is hot, but I got to wear this vest. You got to do what?
But sure it's hot. I gotta wear his best. At least, I mean, I like Alex Jones rants. I think they're funny, and I can understand what they're saying.
Have you not read your Constitution?
Thank you again, Rusky. I appreciate it.
Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Which one of those does it infringe? All of them. Are you an American? Well, guess what tyrannical government is? And guess what? That's when we overthrow them. So if anybody wants to say anything, you know what? They can come to my house. I don't give a fuck. I'll give them my address. Fuck them. Whoever has a problem with that, come on over.
Okay.
I mean, you'll get a 33-31 upside the fucking head. Because I haven't swung in a long time, but I tell you what, I'd love to take some chops to some people right now. Right? And you want to make sure it's waist down. Waist down is not attempted murder. All right, remember that. Waist down. Waist down. Everything's waist down.
Actually, describing your intent to attack someone online or in social media is actually premeditation. That's what they'll call it, premeditation. Oh, no.
So now they saying to get off couch and stop eating popcorn. Thanks, Q dumbass.
Yeah, don't eat your cheesy poofs. Get off your couch. Stop eating the popcorn. Get out here with Matt Foley. So, like, that would be like, you guys know I don't have a job, right? I'm on disability. So I wouldn't give you advice on what to do with your job. I might say, you know, if it was me, I think I would do this. But I would also say, you know, I don't work anymore. I'm fucking fighting with the VA to get my disability. Or I would say, you know, it's easy for me to say this because, you know, I just stream online. I don't have a traditional job. The same reason I wouldn't sit here in this chair and tell you to get out on the streets. But if I was out in the fucking streets, I would say, you got to get out here. We got to do this. It's time. We're going now. Or if I was in the middle, if I go live and I'm quitting my fucking job, I could say, hey, you guys got to quit your job. If they're asking too much of you, they're not allowed to do this. Quit your fucking job and sue them. But just like Jason, I'm sitting at the house. I can't tell you to stop being a piece of shit and sitting at your house while I'm sitting at my house. That doesn't make any sense, man. Thank you very much, Solitaire, for the donation. I appreciate it.
For the love of fucking God, people. And if you bitch about me using the F-bomb, you know what? Go fuck yourself. That's it. Because if you're worried about my passion and my viewpoint on this more than, you know, saving your kids or saving, you know, other people, what's it going to take to get to you? Seriously, what is it going to take to get to you people? I mean, I know all our listeners.
So one of the biggest, I don't even want to call it red pills because it's not turning people conservative. It's just kind of waking people up. Is the fact someone shared the video on the Telegram yesterday. Let me see if I can find it. One of the biggest game changers, I would say, mind changers, changing people's mentality and how they think about stuff, is how they've treated the people who have went through the process and are now supposed to be safe, right? Instead of them now safe, they're calling them and saying they're the ones who spread it. So now if they go out, they need to be masked. They need to do the thing. They need to make sure they go through these steps. It's pretty crazy. Hold on, let me get what's his name. The video of the make sure I'm on the right day. Last night someone shared it right after my stream or during my stream, I think. Let me grab it. Here it is.
I just watched Tony Fauci and CNN and Fox tell me that people with the vaccine, vaccinated people, are now spreading.
By the way, this is Michael Rappaport. When this first kicked off, he was yelling and cussing at people, saying, you need to get your fucking vaccine. This is a goddamn pandemic. You need to fucking do it, okay? I'm doing it. I did it. And now look at him.
The coronavirus. A couple of weeks ago, a couple of days ago, I was yes, I'm vaccinated. Yay, a little sticker. Yay, I'm vaccinated. Be a hero. Be vaccinated. I went from being a hero because I'm vaccinated, and now you motherfuckers are calling me a super spreader? I ain't no fucking super spreader. Figure this shit out.
It's the truth. Like they've changed guidances so many times. Who knows what to say anymore? The fact that somebody can be doubled up, done, and now they seem to be the cause of the spread. 72% of all cases reported the last 2 weeks in Massachusetts, I think it was Massachusetts or Maryland, were all people who were fully doctored up, who had fully taken everything they were supposed to. 72% of the cases.
Listeners, our listeners are great. They're people are, they stand their convictions. Like, guys, it's these other people just like, family members getting it. It's like, why are you getting this vaccine? Why?
That's his paperwork.
Why? Because they told you to? Well, like we said before, what about cancer?
Well, and that's kind of crazy. There's a friend of mine has a friend of hers. She's a teacher in Michigan. And she was like, well, I really love my job and I really don't want to leave my job. So if they require it, I'm going to get it because I really love my job. And I'm like, so did you ask her? Like, is she willing to risk her life or give up her life potentially for her job? Is that what you're sitting here stating? Because that's what it sounds like.
People like that, you know what? Give them the jab in a week, let them die. Fuck it, let them die.
What? What are we saying?
You know what? Hey.
Here's what I don't understand. Why do they keep getting banned? I think we should start a protest to get Jason Q and Kelly back on every media source, everywhere, and I want them on. I want them on the emergency broadcast system. Their message is unified and holy and brings people together.
Yeah, I called the herd somehow. You got to separate the wheat from the chaff. It's like, hey, who wants to be here and who doesn't?
By the way, I've went over this a couple times. I'm pretty sure he says the wheat from the chaff. That is not the saying.
You know what? Hey, yeah, I called the herd somehow. You got to separate the wheat from the chaff. It's like, hey, who wants to be here and who doesn't?
I'm pretty sure he says weak from the chaff.
We were, and it sucks that we have to be like that, but you know what? We're not going to save all of them, but I'll tell you, I'll be damned if we have to take a bunch of ignorant pricks with us to say, oh, well, you took it and, I thought it was going to be good. It's like, you thought? But yet, if we mentioned anything about this whole movement, what's the first words that come out of their mouth?
Conspiracy
you're
theorist?
A conspiracy theorist. Just wait till fucking JFK Sr. walks out.
Not Junior. Not Junior. You just wait till Here's what's going to happen. I can see it now. Joe Biden, they come out with a new medicine. It's called the Vax times 2. X2 Vax. Joe Biden sits on the edge of a hospital bed. A nurse comes in, rolls up his sleeve, and just as she's fixing to give it to him, she stops and pauses. They reach in underneath Joe Biden's collar, pull off his mask, revealing Jim Carrey. And he says, wait a minute. He reaches up to the nurse, reaches down in her chest, and people are like, wow, he's filling her up. No, fake bosoms. He pulls up the mask that's connected to the fake boobs over her head. Hair disappears magically, just like in the video we watch. And it is JFK Sr. Just off screen, the cameraman comes to zoom in, but he zooms way too far, and you're like, what's going on? He turns the camera around, selfie style, JFK Jr. Cut scene at a coffee shop. Trump, Michael Jackson, Elvis, JFK Sr., JFK Jr., and Jim Carrey all having bagels.
Conspiracy theorist? I want them
Boom.
to slam their head in a car door. Seriously. You won't say it again. Somebody that said conspiracy theorist? You're a conspiracy theorist. Just wait till fucking JFK Sr. walks out. I want everybody that said conspiracy theorist, I want them to slam their head in a car door. Seriously. You won't say it again. Because we're not lying. We don't have over 400,000 pages of documents and notes for nothing. We're not, you go and see these other shows.
So I don't understand his point that we have a bunch of documents and notes. You know what else has a bunch of documents and notes? The Library of Congress. Do you think they're in your best interest? Do you think thank you again, Solitaire. as the animation fades for the donation. Do you think they're in your best interest? Do you think they're taking care of you? You think they're doing a good job? Like, I don't want to. We have 400,000 notes and pieces of paper. It's obviously not for nothing. Well, maybe. That's right, Tommy boy.
Talk about this, talk about that. But we do the work. We collectively, all of us did it. All of us on our page. All of us sitting at home. We're in the collective.
Just wonder where Chili's at.
You guys are.
I think Chili is who the CIA sent to Jason Q to handle him a lot better and keep him calm. And Chili must be taking the day off because Chili's not doing his job here.
Pumping all the shit here. It's like.
I think Jason Q's a CIA operative moved in to discredit the movement. Kelly is basically the case handler, the publicist, gets him out there, books him on shows, makes him show up. He wasn't able to hold himself together being alone. He was spending the CIA paychecks all on non-narcotic recreational activities. Wink, wink. So they sent Chili in to keep his head on straight. Chili couldn't handle it, clearly, is no longer here.
Whether through emails, through even subconsciously. I mean, if you're looking it up, it's still going in.
Mm-hmm.
You have to understand,
it's all collective.
I mean, and it just, I don't know. I say we just go to calls. Let people ask.
Well,
let people
my
fire
question
questions.
I know that this is
I told you it started off with a bang.
The video of the guy that came out saying, some of the top military, the 04 or 05s, are to get their house in order. And then this week, Biden comes out with that he's going to try and, jab all the military personnel, and it's going to be mandatory. Like, those couple things going in order with each other totally feels like it's a setup, and it feels like something's coming.
What position does Biden have with the military?
Well, he doesn't have a good
Zero.
one. I mean, obviously. Did you see that the guy, the head of the Pentagon, again, horrible with names, can't remember, big, tall dude, totally overweight. He's wearing that screen thing over his face. It looks like a welder's mask. We all know what it is. We've seen it before because they hand them out at Costco, but I can't remember what it's called. The face shield. He's wearing this giant face shield, but it looks like he's wearing a full face black mask with holes in the eyes. Did anybody else see that?
She's talking about the Pentagon chief, and she's talking about this picture right here. Marco Rubio actually got he caught some shit over making fun of this guy for complying with the face shield regulations in the Philippines, I think's where he was at. But they're talking about this picture right here. He does look strange in this picture. See how his whole face looks like it's black? I don't know if that's a shadow or something to do with the camera, because he wears a solid black mask, and he's wearing this face shield, but even his eyes are black right here, which is strange. I don't know if it's light or shadow or something fucked up. I don't know what that is. But he comes out and fist bumps all the Filipino military officers and American military personnel that are there. But it looks like his whole face is black. Like, you can't see his glasses and shit. Either way, it is a weird picture.
Am I the only one that it looked like that? Because it looked like...
I know exactly.
You know what I'm talking about? It didn't look just like...
I do.
It wasn't his skin color. I'm not saying that. It looked like he was wearing a full face mask with a face shield over it. That's what I saw.
Kelly, I think you just hit it. Learn to read the map.
Uh-oh.
That's mapping. When they do it for your face, they map your face.
Right.
So we're supposed to read their faces.
But that you could...
That's the regulation in where they were at in the Philippines, was everybody had to wear a face shield.
Biden before had detached earlobes, now he has attached earlobes. What's that?
I said, Carol, you have a lot of work to do, because that's what she specializes in, is reading faces.
Well, I mean, all you have to do is just look for the people that had attached earlobes and now detached, and now they have attached. Their face.
Jay, while you weren't here, a lot of people have been commenting your music, brother. Talking about how much they like it. I've been telling them about you.
They're clones. That's why it's gonna be a hot month. They're all
Read the map. Read their faces. Their faces are going to melt off.
That's it.
Oh, good. I'm not the only one that didn't see it. Somebody else saw it too. Okay, good. I didn't know if I'm just making things up. You know, what my eyes see, and Jason, even what your eyes see, can be two totally different things. And I don't know if I'm just seeing something or if I'm,
what?
Shit sometimes. You know, definitely not
No,
trying
I mean,
to make things up.
if you saw that with that guy in the Pentagon, remember, some of the people in the Pentagon are dirty.
Well, and he's the one, he got off the plane. There were 4 other military personnel, and he was sitting there doing, the fist bump with them because he wouldn't shake their hand or anything else, But I
What
can't
branch
remember
was
the guy's
he?
name. He's the guy that's the head of the Pentagon guy. You guys know I'm horrible with names.
Yeah, I know. I have no idea. Because if he's remember, Air Force is bad.
Air Force is bad.
He's the one that's he's the guy that Biden put in charge of
I told you this started off spicy.
That's all you gotta say. Right there. That's all you gotta say. You can't put anybody in charge.
Well, I know that. I'm on board with that, but as far as the storyline is concerned, that's the storyline.
Well, where do you think the CIA came from?
General
From the
Austin.
Pentagon,
Thank you very much.
the OSS.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you, Darth.
It's Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin.
Vader mask. That's hilarious.
Darth Vader. He had a Darth Vader mask on. I was like, oh my god, this could be so Jedi-like.
That would have been great.
Fucking geek us all up. Don't do that. Well, you might as well. You might as well go along lines with Star Wars. Because one of the prequels was Attack of the Clones. Well, remember, think about the Stormtroopers, guys. Clones.
Well, and I'm not trying to get you all riled up today. It's just it's a very stressful time right now.
No, I mean,
and that's the thing that's concerning because
very riled up.
If it's the what if he did attempt to do this, what is the military going to do? If he actually was able to follow through with it somehow and get them all the jab, are we going to lose half of our military? Does that bring open a situation where we are now, because we only have half of the military that we have,
defenseless,
because they've all died because of the jab? Does that give an opportunity for the UN or China to come in and try and take over? Is this all a setup for all that shit?
No.
Those are the things that are running through my head and upsetting me.
President Trump and them, they had to unleash this virus. They had to unleash this early.
Right.
They did it a year ahead of time. That's why the UN now.
That's what I've been saying for a while, Jackal.
They're over here. They're like, oh, we took control of this. It's like, you guys.
We can skip ahead some. We don't have to watch it. I want to watch the first caller here. Oh, I don't want to watch the daddy video.
All right.
I can't do daddy.
Sorry, guys.
That's okay. I was late too. I just got.
Oh damn, Jay! I didn't see what happened, man. Passed away. Well, things. Oh, I hate that, man. I'm sorry. Your aunt passed away.
Oh.
Today's just a shit show.
There's 2 callers. I want to show you the first caller and the last caller.
Sorry for leaving dead air. You guys know I hate that.
I think it's the first caller.
Well, I ran in and I looked in the mirror and I saw you ran in. I'm like, just listened to the other room. I'm like, wait.
I think something happened with that. I know. I think somehow it got cut off. It's supposed to be 3 minutes or something like that. And it definitely wasn't. I don't know.
It's all right.
Just a loss. And I had 120 seconds to think about it. I'm very angry what's going on with my country right now. And as a mom that has to protect my kids, I can't go and do what my heart's telling me that I should do because I have other people that I have to think about. And that's very frustrating to me. That I can't go and do what...
You're all good, brother.
You're doing an
awesome
Thanks for joining us. I mean, I know it seems like a rough time.
I'm not looking for anything like that. It's just these.
No excuses, Carolyn. I removed your top fan badge. No excuses. We don't want them. What we want are people who watch our show to show up on time, okay? Especially if they're going to run around screaming, I'm a top fan. I'm a top fan.
It's so frustrating knowing what you know about everything that's going on and wanting it to happen and wanting it to be exposed so that we can go through the process and move beyond it, but we're just stuck in it.
But
completely unprovoked from me, and nothing that I said at all. Some people were making comments about the shape of your skull. It was, I don't know what they were talking about.
I think what it is, it's the whole exposure of the CDC being Great Britain. It's got to be. That's the federal government. Because who's the federal government? Nobody's ever told us who the federal government is. Who is the federal government? It's not DC.
The federal government.
Who is the federal government?
We all know.
Who? That's what we want to know. That's what the people want to know. Because, well, if we're paying, and then not to mention the IRS. Who has control of the IRS? Who's big in the IRS? It's Biden. It's Biden's family. It's the Biden crime family. They rank the Biden crime family over the Clintons. Think about that.
Well, it's all the cabal. It's all of these infiltrators that have come in because they hate that we want to be free, sovereign people, and they can't control it. And they can't control.
Kelly has people that depend on her that she takes care of, so she can't go out and start a revolution. But you quit your fucking job now. No one loves you or depends on you.
All of us, and we understand that.
Let's call the cabal who they are.
Yeah, you're good, Kelly. I was just messing around.
They're the Bolshevik, they're the Khazarian, they're the Ashkenaz, they're the Jews. That's who they are.
That hits a little different. What were they? Jesus, man. Getting hot in here.
Let's call the cabal who they are. They're the Bolshevik, they're the Khazarian, they're the Ashkenaz, they're the Jews. That's who they are. The protocols of the learned elders of Zion. Read it.
You know,
it's the Rothschilds. It's all them. It's like it's not all the Jews. I never said it was all the Jews. Just like there's good white people, there's bad white people.
Well,
there's a lot.
They're not even really the Jews. They're just faking that they are.
Yeah. But the thing is that, well, what does that tell you? Organized religion is bullshit, people. It's all spirituality. That's how they have a division. That's how they have us all covered. And then the Catholics, the Catholic religion, I mean, it's not even religion. It's paganism and Christianity. This whole Christ, it's like, guys, the Christ is within us. It's our Christ consciousness. It's just, we all have that part. But the problem is, it's at our root chakra. It's just it's all.
So, to be fair, they have recently been banned from places. But Jason's been spewing this since December, and they just now got banned.
The Great Awakening, we're just going to just be at once, just like we're all just going to rise up.
Actually,
and we're just going to all.
It's the heart chakra that's the most important.
Yes,
it's
that's our balance.
Chakra. Yeah, that's also our balance. It's our love. It's you know, it's our center. You know, it is. And it's a very frustrating process. So, you know, if you're literally watching me be frustrated going through this process, and I feel for every single one of you that are going through and feeling these same things, because it takes every single piece of me to try and keep my shit together right now with everything that's going on with me as an individual being and watching what's happening in the outside world, caring about protecting my own, the what ifs, how do I's, you know, and what we do and how we all come together and get through this. And I'm always, I think everybody here knows that watches, I always try and be the positive, go within, find the love, do unto others as you would want done unto yourself, give where you can, be kind. I'm all about that. And right now I'm frustrated, I'm pissed off, and I want to go shoot someone.
Pew, 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 pew.
Yeah. I'm not going to go shoot a person. Okay.
No.
Not.
It was a long time in between. I just want to go shoot someone. To. I'm not going to shoot a person.
Not unless they come to my house and try and kill me. Okay. And then that will happen.
Or if they want to come up to us and try to give you a jab.
Do you have any idea how hard it is to have a conversation with a 14-year-old of the, If I'm not here, this is what I need you to do. Fuck. All right.
I'm totally going to make sure that they're not teaching CRT or... Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Can
Hello?
you mute your other device in the background, please? Fuck. All right. I'm not going to go shoot a person. Callers.
And if they are, I was going to try and do like a... maybe
The guy in the red hat.
something. Like if nobody goes to school and they strike about it, maybe they'll stop.
That will pay you
telling people, teaching that men can have babies, and a lot of research true. And
All right, there's a call I want to find for you.
how much it's just one, Jason. Michael Sacco, you've
you do me
the
that-
International
that-
Tribune
Right.
after his initials sometimes to make us look like conspiracy from the whole thing.
I'll get your number.
Another number to call me at, because
This woman, the reason they talked to her so long is this woman says that Jason Q should be harder on the Jews, and he says he's never heard that. No one's ever told him that he should go harder on the Jews, so he actually gets her personal number to call her later to talk to her more thoroughly.
this is I was. Hello.
Hello.
All right, guys, I've got a big one for you. I'm a trucker, and my name
He would love to have Jason on his show.
Oh, here's one.
morning was on my right, going north. And
Here's one right here.
the roads and everything they turned, but this one was just straight. And about
She doesn't give any details. She just says, when you're talking about the economy and what's going on with the World Economic Forum and the World Health Order and this and that, blah, 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 you need to be going in harder on the Jews. And he's like, wow. And Kelly's like, are you serious? No one's ever said that to him. And they're like, let's get your number.
a few minutes later, it wasn't to my right, it was to my left. I'm wondering, as you said, I'm wondering.
And you didn't change roads.
And
just
my-
like-
Listen, this woman sees two sons.
To my right, it was to my left. I know the roads and everything they turned. There was a break, and you really couldn't see the sun because it was orange and all that. Just started seeing it. I got pictures of it. When I started seeing it, everything, it was cloudy, but there was a break, and you really couldn't see the sun because it was orange and all that. This morning, it was on my right, going north. And I know the roads and everything they turned, but this one was just straight. And about a few minutes later, it wasn't to my right, it was to my left.
So she's driving on the road going north. Okay? And there's a break in the clouds, and she can't see the sun, but she can tell where the sun's at. It's orange. And she drives for a little bit longer, and now she sees the sun again, and it's on her left.
Wondering, as you said, I'm wondering.
And you didn't change roads.
And
just
by the way,
clarifying that for the
okay.
listeners. You didn't change directions you were driving or anything.
No.
Nope.
Okay. All right. Just making sure that's
Wow.
clear so that we're being honest about stuff.
But also, there's another one I'm going to give you. Michael Penny. Y'all know who he is. He
Are you
came
talking about Mark?
on a news network. I know, Kelly, you listen to or watch it. He would love to have Jason on his show.
He would love to have Jason on his show. So you cut out there for a second.
He would love to have Jason on his show because he broke off from what's his name? Because it was both of them. It was Doug and Mike.
Well, wasn't Mike on the one the other night with David Weiss? This last
I think so. I can't remember. He's very Christian and everything. We talked about you and everything. He talked about you on the show.
Mark needs Jason Q on the show.
Fine and nice just sit there and put One Republic and the Wacky Wednesday and everywhere that I know. But yesterday. By the way, if you do make those kids and cunt shirts, put 19 on the back of it, and I want one of the tank tops.
19.
Sit back and just pray to God. Trump.
That they have been cracking down on the hazardous material truckers. It's important.
So she claimed there were two sons.
If trucking stops, America stops. That's it. Simple as that.
A lot of women.
But I go on there and
Okay, that's what it meant. That's what everybody has in their brain. Same thing like
they have DILF ones too.
Right?
They have DILF ones too. Because if
they want to make shirts that say MILF and tits and anal, but it means different things. So like MILF would be man, I like firearms. Tits is Trump indoctrination something syndrome. I don't know.
We're all supposed to be equal.
I didn't know if you had caught it or not.
Now the reason why I elect for their students this 20th, because
We all stuck together, including
it's going to come a little bit early.
ready. The last thing is, where can I?
F protection, but that's what was it? Not Jeffrey Howe. Code 210. I'm only going to do this for
Because they were all under the cabal. Because
With the computer. You in a bowl.
Water. That's one of the. It's God's creation.
because we came from stupid
And he
monkeys
is
that eat bananas, because
And well, I mean, even the Jet House, and that's when they had over in Vietnam, the Trident flight
with the computer.
All right, here we go. This last one.
Okay, so he was a Navy SEAL, and
All right, she's calling in for her dad. She's a watcher. She's convinced her dad to watch, and she's trying to convince her dad that the earth is flat. He's a Navy SEAL, and you can hear him yelling in the background, "It's not flat, it's round."
who's the party of the IRS right there? And it's Biden. Biden's family. So then, as soon as we go back to a constitutional republic, I missed that.
You didn't hear it? Oh, that
No.
was funny.
sorry, I have you in a bowl so he could hear you.
Just let everybody just trillions of dollars. It's like bankrupt. That's why they have Biden in there. They're going to have.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the start of it.
And presidency of the corporation. When England took us over,
Computer so he could.
and then 19th was
Ulysses.
because every president after Lincoln.
He's going to be the next 19th president. So you're a horse. Asking questions. I love you guys. I think y'all doing.
Hey, Michelle.
How you doing?
Good.
Good.
Mickey Michelle.
Mickey Michelle.
Good. Yeah. Oh, I love you guys. I think y'all doing a wonderful job, and keep up the great work because we need you guys. So my dad, right?
Here we go.
Asking questions. I know the answer. I've already explained it to him, but he wants to hear it from the horse's mouth. And not to say you're a
You're the
horse.
horse.
Or anything, but okay. So he says, "How is Trump going to be the next 19th president?" Sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to. Sorry, Daddy.
It's all right. Throw him under the rug.
Do you want to
Here
know
it
how?
goes.
How is he going to be the 19th president and not the 46th or 7th president?
Because every president after Lincoln, well, the 18th president was Lincoln, and then 19th was
Ulysses.
Kennedy, because they were all cabal. They were all under the cabal.
Maybe I should put it on the computer so he could hear.
Yeah, Lincoln actually.
I have you on my phone. Okay, so can you say that one more time, Chief?
Because they were all under the cabal. Because what happened in the Act of 1871, when England took us over, England took over the District of Columbia.
What did he just say? What did he just say? Alright. Abraham Lincoln was the 16th president. Everybody's tracking, right? We're all on the same page. JFK was the 35th president. The Act of 1871 would have kicked in under Ulysses S. Grant, president from 1869 to he served 2 terms, so 1877, right?
and that's where the presidency stayed, all under the cabal. Because what happened in the Act of 1871, when England took us over, England took over the District of Columbia, and that's where the presidency stayed, all under the cabal. Well, the 18th president was Lincoln, and then 19th was
Ulysses.
Kennedy, because they were all cabal. They were all under the cabal.
Maybe I should put it on the...
18th president was Lincoln. 19th president was Kennedy. But Trump's also the 19th.
Computer so he could hear.
Yeah, Lincoln actually.
I have you on my phone. Okay, so can you say that one more time, Chief?
Because they were all under the cabal. Because what happened in the Act of 1871, when England took us over, England took over the District of Columbia, and that's where the presidency stayed. Now, under that, we fell under the corporation, the United States. So technically, the president of the United States was not actually a legal, per se, presidency.
Okay. They kind of get at me because I call Jason Q crazy and I say he allegedly uses drugs, but I vape, so I'm the actual drug user. If Jason Q was indicted for murder, I'm not saying he murdered anybody. I'm just saying, let's say Jason Q was indicted for murder. Do you think that they would attempt an insanity plea?
It was just like a puppet. We were a puppet to the Queen and, the King of England and the Queen, and we weren't a...
Actually, that's what it stands for, the Cabal Broadcasting Channel.
We were pretty much stripped of our constitutional republic status. So now we're going back to being a republic, and that's what this whole fight is over, is that we're ditching the whole corporation. The corporation's bankrupt. That's why they have Biden in there. They're going to have him as the fall guy. It's like, hey, leave him with the bag, drop it all, because that's why they're
sure. If you're saying you named your son after Jason Q, adoption's always an option, or a basket at a firehouse.
Putting trillions and trillions of dollars. It's like they're printing money out of thin air. That means nothing. So it's not hurting us at all. It's like just let everybody like, where are they getting all this money from? It's like, well, if you're not going to raise taxes, and then all of a sudden now it's, oh, we got to raise taxes. It's like, well, we all know who's the party of the IRS right there, and it's Biden's family. So then, as soon as we go back to a constitutional republic, I missed that.
You didn't hear it?
Oh, I want to hear what he said really bad.
Biden's family. So then, as soon as we go...
I think he just said, what the fuck?
Who's the party of the IRS right there? And it's Biden's family.
Yeah, he said, what the fuck?
As soon as we go back to a constitutional republic, I missed that.
You didn't hear it? Oh, that
No.
was funny.
Sorry, I have you in a bowl so he could hear you, so it doesn't mess up with the computer. I have you in a bowl. Okay, so he was a Navy SEAL, and he's been
God
in
bless him.
submarines, and he was on the destroyer, and he says the Earth is not flat, and
Well-
I showed him the video, and he's having a hard time believing it because he's gone around, and I told him it was a circle, but.
Well, the thing is, there's a difference between being round and being a sphere.
Yeah.
Because water,
No, Daddy, no.
water. The thing is, water always finds its level, and also we have tons of NASA documents that actually state. In fact, if you look up NASA reference.
So, real quick. Here's the problem with water always finds its level. Or, another way they say, is water doesn't curve. Water does curve. It curves all the time. Water is curved in every container water's ever been placed in. It's called the meniscus. It's where the water tension rises up the side of the glass because it's trying to hold on. It's easier to see in smaller glasses, such as graduated cylinders or test tubes. It also curves. They'll say, put a level on it. It's got to be level. There's a bubble in the level. The bubble is a circle. The bubble is surrounded by what's mostly water. It curves around the bubble. Level is a way to measure something across a distance to make sure that it's an accurate and level, right? Level relies on gravity. The water is being pulled to the center, and it's always being pulled to the center. The only reason we can use level and plumb as building techniques, I mean, I was a millwright. I've literally built plants all over the United States, gigantic plants and fucking turbines and jet engines and anything you can imagine. Fucking pump shafts and motors and tanks bigger than fucking cars. Is because the earth is so big. The earth is so big that it doesn't affect it. But if you ask anybody who is a structural engineer for basically larger buildings or structures or bridges or any of that, they have to take into account the curvature of the earth. But if I'm building a plant that is 600 feet long and 300 feet wide, is the pad for it, and I have to drop a plumb bob to get plumb and level off a structure 150 feet high, it's going to be like 9 to 15 digits past the decimal point that we're out of level and plumb. I have levels here. I thought I had one at the desk. I have levels here that will show if something is out of level 1/1000th of an inch over a foot. I don't know if you know what a thousandth of an inch is, but look it up. Hold on, I want to make sure I'm right before I say this. A human hair is 0.02 of an inch, roughly. But the thickest human hair can be up to about 0.06 of an inch, like real coarse hair. I can tell you if something's out half a human hair per foot with a level that I have. And I have to send them off and get them. I haven't in a few years. They're probably not as that accurate right now. But I have to send them off and get them certified every year, or I can't use them on the stuff that we do. Same thing with all my micrometers and all the equipment I have. So the sterets, the gauges, the levels, snap gauges, all that stuff has to be certified yearly. Yes, you can do that. I can actually prove that in a CAD program. If it didn't take so much power from my computer, I can take a model of the Earth, and I can find the Earth's circumference and make a ball. Then I can build the largest building in the world, the tallest. Let's see, what's the 2,717 feet. Okay. Is that feet? Hold on just a second. 828 meters. Let's do meters. 828 meters. So I can take in my CAD software, I can make a ball that's 40.075 million meters round. Okay? That's the circumference of the Earth in meters. And I can build a building that's not only the tallest building in the world at 828 meters, I can also make it 828 meters wide. And in my CAD software, I can make the lines parallel and level, and I can build a perfect square. But when I change the accuracy of the CAD software down to 15 decimals after it'll look like it says 0 degrees, 0 degrees, 0 degrees, 0 degrees, 90-degree angles, right? But when I change the accuracy of my CAD software that I use to 15 places after the decimal, it'll actually be, the angles will be 89.00000067135 because it's all pointing to the center slightly. Never enough you would notice and be like, that wall is leaning towards the center of the earth. You would never notice that because they don't take into account how fucking big the earth is.
It's 1207.
I've shot in equipment, what they call a common shaft turbine. So they'll have a turbine that runs off LP or something like that, waste fuel, a steam turbine, whatever. And they'll use it, and not only will it run a generator, but it'll run other stuff in the plant because it's just a spinning shaft. I can hook anything to it. I could hook fucking plant machinery to it. I could hook a car alternator to it. I could hook anything to it as long as it spins at the right speed, and you can fix that with gearing. A common shaft that are so long, we literally have to account for the bow in the rotor, the sag in the concrete, and the curvature of the earth.
It was from 1988. It was from the it was Edwards, California. It was from the, what was it, the Dryden? Ah, man, what was it? The Dryden Flight, the Flight Research Center. And even in the summary, it says that they were doing the linear and derivative aircraft models over a flat, non-rotating Earth. I mean, with tons of packets on it, and that's one of the biggest secrets too. Because if the world is flat, then that means that there's a lot more world out there for us to explore. Even Admiral Byrd, when he flew to the North Pole, he's like, "Hey, there's lands here that nobody's ever seen." I mean, I know it's a tough one to get by, but everything before the 1950s, you know, the Earth was flat before.
I do want to do that. The JCQ Rain Man, we've talked about that before.
Just like they were finding giant bones in, you know, Cambodia and Laos, and that's when they had over in Vietnam, they had Operation Keystone Robin, which when the military was on holiday, they went ahead and bombed Laos. Because they bombed Laos because they found all those Nephilim skulls.
All the Nephilim skulls, you say?
Used it as all, well, our courses were mismarked and everything, so it's a tough. It's really tough to, you know, to stomach and everything. But the lies, it's just what they're doing is they're taking the science, they're putting everything into science, and they're taking away from God. That's all science is. Science is there to actually, you know, derivate from, you know, God's creation.
I've actually built houses and additions and stuff before. The problem is how expensive materials are and the timeline we're up against.
Because we came from stupid monkeys that bananas.
Nah, the dude's trolling. Like, the Frog News people aren't even live right now, I don't think. They're not live until 10:30.
Yeah, and well, I mean, even the Genesis, I mean, the first chapter of the Bible, I mean, just look up firmament. It's a dome. Can't have a dome on a spinning ball. When you look at the ball, you know, the numbers behind the spinning ball, 666. That's the Masonic science.
Oh God.
You know, they're the ones that are really dirty in this too.
Yeah, I believe it. Yes, it is, Daddy. Yes.
Okay, well, we're not going to get in the middle of that argument, but the thing is...
Well, what you do is you take a tennis ball outside, and soak it in water and spin it on the ground.
Here is why taking a tennis ball outside and spinning water is the stupidest fucking experiment you could possibly do. No one's upside down. You're just dumb. You're trying to think. You're trying to take something that fits in the palm of your hand and the gravity it may or may not produce and compare it to something that is far beyond what you can understand large and the gravity it produces. And literally, when the water falls off the ball, and falls to the earth, you're only proving gravity. So the experiment you would have to do to prove the spinning ball theory would be to build a second ball as large as the earth with the same core structure and every other layer structure. You would have to build Earth too. The only thing you prove with a tennis ball and water is that gravity exists.
And see if it stays on the ball, or what happens to the water.
I can't believe we have grown-ass fucking adults saying it's impossible to be living upside down like them people down in Australia. You realize no one on the earth is upside down.
Now think of that on a larger scale. Water cannot suspend upside down.
Well, I think one of the biggest things is, thinking of like of the like the buildings being upside down, in Argentina, like upside down.
Oh, the buildings in Argentina are upside down. What's holding them on? Are you a child, Kelly?
And gravity's holding them up, though. It's holding the water in. It's holding everything in, even though on the bottom, which it would fall out.
No, Mike, again, you're just dumb. Just because you don't understand it and you want to explain it by evil in the Bible doesn't mean I have to believe anything you're saying.
Gravity can't hold that much. Yeah. It's ridiculous. There's so much to it, though. That's a really, really big subject. So, darling, it is really loud in the background. I'm going to let you go. We really appreciate you. 90 seconds. Dropping it. Sorry. It's so loud. I can't handle it. That's a really...
There is only one model that has been observed and that explains the seasons and gravity and magnetism and orbit and weather and travel. There's only one model that explains everything and has been observed. And you are refusing it because Bible and there's evil pedos in upside down taverns.
Really, really big subject. I'm glad that you're talking to your father.
There was one more that I missed that I want to talk about.
Else are they lying?
God's first. Quick. We love all of that I've...
You got August 10th that just do not want to conform to this. And it's stamped for me. So,
listen to him, and
he
was in the Air Force, and I guess...
All right, here. Listen. She's going to talk about her dad being in the Air Force, and Jason Q's going to tell her how evil it is.
Vaccinated. And so he stood up and said, no, this is unnecessary. And because of that, they said, you will not be promoted past major. So, yeah.
Yeah, I saw you say 8 inches per mile squared. That's not even the right equation.
He was in the Air Force, and I guess Air Force is bad, but so I've heard. But I want you to know that my father stood up and asked that his men not be vaccinated.
Well, yeah, the reason why now the reason why the Air Force is bad is because the Air Force was...
That's the equation to calculate curvature on a parabola.
formed under the corporation, the United States. And it was formed in the 50s, I believe 57, is 57 or 55, maybe even earlier than that. But if you notice that in World War II, we had an Air Force as well, but they were stationed out of England as the Royal Air Force. The United States Air Force did not come to fruition until the 50s. So what they did was that just shows that we were under Britain's thumb the whole time. I mean, the only reason why we never signed the Geneva Convention, we never signed under the League of Nations or anything because we were under Great Britain's Commonwealth. That's what the CDC is. The CDC that we talk about, like the Center of Disease Control, we are the disease. Americans, they consider us a disease because we never capitulated to, because they were getting ready to give our flag back. That's the whole war castles with David Wynn Miller and Russell J. Gould. And they were ready just to give us back right to England. The Bushes were. During that whole 1999 election with the hanging chads in Florida, they all vacated our flag in D.C. And for 18 days, for 18 days,
they left our flag, and Gould had to go get it.
Vacated. They could have came in and took our flag, but Russell J. Gould and David Wynn Miller went and took it, and it was, that man right there is one of the biggest patriots I know of.
Russell J. Gould?
Yes.
I received death threats for debunking the cabal and Satanist theory as well. That doesn't mean anything.
I tried to listen to him, and I need a high.
I received a death threat for saying that Scott McKay shouldn't. Received a death threat, was doxxed, and my number was posted online for saying that Scott McKay shouldn't use Purple Hearts as awards to give out to his buddies. That doesn't mean any fucking thing.
Oh, because he has that Parsi syntax, and it shows how they have brainwashed.
I wanted to see what the part about the Air Force was.
For a reason, they cast spells. Retired teachers because for they never went to the university, and
you must have missed it.
However, myself and other teachers repeated that the entire interesting little side fact. He was taking a crew of men. Interesting little side fact. We told the children, have a backbone. That they said, you will not be promoted past major.
Did I miss it?
So, yeah, he was in the Air Force, and I guess Air Force is that. They said, he was in the Air Force, and I guess he was in the Air Force. I want you to know that my father stood up.
Now, the reason why the Air Force is bad is because the Air Force
right here, I did miss it. I'm sorry.
Was formed under the corporation, the United States. And it was formed in the 50s, I believe 57.
That's not true. So that is not true. The Air Force for our country was formed under the U.S. Army. The United States Army Air Forces were formed in 1941. Now, he goes on to say that, and they were based in Europe. Jason, what was going on in the 40s? Help me out here. What was going on in the 40s? If we had an Air Force that formed in 1941 and you saw them in Europe, what was going on in the 40s, Jason? Pesky little World War? Yes. There were a lot of airfields in Europe. And our headquarters for the U.S. Army Air Corps was in Europe. Because we didn't have planes capable of flying from the U.S. over to fight on the fucking battlefront in Eastern Europe or in Western Europe or fucking Germany or Russia or whatever. The Air Force was formed under the Army in 1941. In U.S. Army Air Corps It's okay. So in 1926, the U.S. Army Air Corps was formed. That was before the Air Force. In 1926, we had an Air Force under the Army Air Corps. It went from 1926 to 1941. Okay? After that, it became the U.S. Army Air Force, and the U.S. Army Air Force, still under the U.S. Army, was in response to the pending war. In 1941, it was made the U.S. Army Air Force. The actual U.S. Air Force was in 47, I think. Was in 1947. Was the actual Air Force as a separate branch, September 18th, 1947. To say that before we didn't have an Air Force at all, we just had one sometime in the 50s. And before that, it was just Europe doing it, is an outright lie. And I think he knows that. Or at least he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Maybe even earlier than that. But if you notice that in World War II, we had an Air Force as well, but they were stationed out of England as the Royal Air Force. The United States Air Force did not come to fruition until the 50s.
We had an Air Force in the 20s.
That just shows that we were under...
In the fucking 20s.
I mean, the only reason why we never signed the Geneva Convention, we never signed under the League of Nations or anything because we were under Great Britain's Commonwealth. That's what the CDC is. The CDC that we talk about, like the Center of Disease Control, we are the disease. Americans, they consider us a disease because we never capitulated to, because they were getting ready to give our flag back. That's the whole war castles with David Wynn Miller.
There are also other little things. So at some point, the Army activated what was called the General Headquarters Air Force, which was like a more centralized air combat units for the continental United States. That was before World War II. They changed from the Air Corps to the Air Force, U.S. Army Air Forces, and they ended up absorbing the General Headquarters Air Force together, and then they all became the U.S. Army or the U.S. Air Force after 1942 or during 1942.
And Russell J. Gould, and they were ready just to give us back right to England. The Bushes were.
All right, we can skip now. I just missed that part when it was coming up. That's not even what we were covering tonight. Jason's just fucking a liar and funny. He fucks everything up. We're actually going into something else. I'm going to show you the first video I ever saw from Dark Outpost. That's what we're talking about tonight. I know it's almost 11 o'clock. We haven't even got to the main topic, but we're talking about Dark Outpost. The first video I ever saw from Dark Outpost was this. It was listed on InfoWars, and here's the video. Let's see how well it stood the test of time.
President Donald Trump has ordered the firing squad execution of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris once the United States Supreme Court and the U.S. Congress make a final determination as to who has won the presidency.
Let's do 99 News and Game Train before we get started. Hold on just a second, guys. Mariah just brought them back. It's probably a good time to break anyways. Give me just a second. Let me adjust the noise filters. There we go. Let me unplug my phone for Ollie stops it into oblivion. Here we go, buddy. You ready? Come on. Why are you in your underwears? They can't see. They can't. All right, here, let's play your song. Ready? Hold on, let's play the song first.
Oh, seems that we have breaking news. Ollie, are you there? Can you hear us? Ollie.
Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news.
Hey, I don't do like that, but I put it outside. I put it this side.
Yeah. Yeah, the camera's backwards. It's okay. The camera's backwards.
This way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The camera's backwards. It flips it.
It's that way.
Like a mirror, yeah. Okay. Now talk to everybody. What's your name? What's your name? Okay, now what did we do today?
Yeah, boing.
You play with Ayla?
Yeah, boing.
Boing. What else?
Boing.
No more boings. What else? What did you make anything today? Did you play on your tablet?
Wait, that almost says Shawn-Chi. It is she.
Yeah, almost. Did you play on your tablet?
No.
What did you play on your tablet?
I don't type on the guy about I'm about it. It don't let me get rid or it could not let me.
You couldn't buy a new game?
Yeah, I can't. And let me wait or I don't really want to. I told and now it let me wait or and now.
Oh, it made you wait too long?
No, let me get out game.
Oh, get out of the game?
No, get rid of a game.
Get rid of a game.
Yeah.
Oh, you had to get rid of a game to get another one?
Yeah, you've got too many games.
Oh.
Yeah,
we gotta get a memory card.
It called Ted and Y. You know Ted Y. Y.
Yeah.
A. Saw.
Uh-huh.
Go round and circle.
Go round in circles.
Yeah.
We gotta go get some
well,
supplies.
you why? And you got me big.
You and Mama and Bubba are going school shopping tomorrow.
Daddy's going with
No, Daddy's gonna be right here doing research for a show.
Tell Daddy he's going school shopping with us. So.
Daddy will have a PTSD episode and get the cops called if Mommy makes him go. Watch.
Tell Daddy he can't use that as an excuse.
Watch. You ever been tased? I have. I ain't scared.
Hey, well, what did?
Holly, have you ever been tased?
No.
Where they shock you like this?
Ow.
Holly, you ever been tased? Did you play with your Godzillas today? Holly, did you play with Godzillas today? He sleeps with them all. Did you play with Godzilla today?
I have 3 now. I have 4. 3,
You have 4 now.
3, 4.
I had 3, now you got 4. That's right.
3, 4. 3, 4. 3, 4.
All right. No, you did not go swimming.
Was that the excuse?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then also, what grade are you going into, Ollie?
Kindergarten.
What grade are you going to be in?
Listen.
What?
Say kindergarten.
Say kinder. Say kinder. Loud. Say it loud, Ollie, now. Garden. Good job.
At a new school, you're going to Bubba's school.
I said King Kong.
Almost King Kong. You're going to Bubba's school.
Yeah, I said King.
Next year. Oh,
Bubba's school?
Hey, King Kong. Hey, King Kong. Hey,
King Kong.
Hey, King Kong had new phone. It's called King. Oh, King. Don't call King. No, he okay and it called King.
King?
Yeah.
Kong.
King Kong. And it to a new form. It don't call him King.
King. Okay. When his new form, he's just called King.
Yeah, I got do 5 Godzilla.
Do you remember what your new Godzilla's called? What number is it? 19.
I go at 1995.
Good job.
1995. 1995. That's right. Good memory. High five.
Betsy said you can come swim at her house, Ollie, and her.
It came.
You can go see. We're still on Godzilla and King Kong, aren't we?
Godzilla got new form. What? Do the wall Godzilla?
Lava Godzilla.
And they.
Got talking to microphone.
Who's next?
It Godzilla had new form with wall
Lava Godzilla.
Yeah, and not anymore. It does.
1995 Godzilla.
No, and not him. It built his name wrong.
Oh, they spelled his name wrong?
Yeah, I don't call him. Well, I keep calling. I don't call him King. Now I got the wall. Got the.
Okay.
And I done with Kuma. I call it Godzilla and King Kong. And say why he'll and what with his new fault.
Yeah. Okay. Well, tell everybody, say I love you.
They wanted to know your last question. Who do you like better? Godzilla.
Godzilla. I know the way Godzilla tour where I get over fireworks to gay.
Oh.
Gay. Like roar.
Roar. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't what fault. One will be the whole boo.
Oh my.
Alright, now tell everybody, say love you.
Why you?
I gotta go to bed.
Gotta go bed. What you
Ollie.
buy?
Ollie with.
Ollie with. Not new.
Love you, bye. Move over, Ollie. You can't stand straight down.
Good job.
Hi, let me get Liam set up right quick. Liam, what are you talking about? Let me get Liam set up. We'll be right back. Mic where you need it.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
All aboard that game train. Hey. All aboard that game train.
Game over.
Hey. Hello, everybody. So, first of all, we gotta talk about game news. So, you know how in my last video I talked about the Taiko no Tatsujin? So yeah, I played that in the morning and we played it for like 4 hours or so. Morgan wasn't here because she suddenly went to a friend's house. But yeah, and it was a fun day, and I think that's my new workout. I can just play that game because it actually makes my arms like feel super tired. I'm like, after like one song, and yeah. So It was a lot of fun. I played co-op, I played by myself, and it was a lot of fun. I can't wait until the day after tomorrow when we're going to be going to church with these little, like, food vans going to be there. And we're going to eat there. And, and Ayla and Morgan are going to be there. And then we're going to come back home and play video games. So yeah, that sounds fun. Hey Liam, my nephew Kai loved your cereal review and is waiting for your dad to post more of your videos. Yeah. Thank you for letting me know that he really liked that. That's really nice. Oh, where's Purple Nurple today? He's just here. He's chilling. He's just chilling. But yeah. He'll always be here, and even if he isn't here, he'll be in our hearts. But yeah, so I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I was not expecting the stream to happen today, or for us to do our section. So I didn't plan a video. And so I was like, okay, I was playing Fortnite before the stream. I might as well talk about it. But yeah, so in the new season, everything has been invaded by aliens. And there's UFOs, there's a bunch of alien robots. The what game? Fortnite. It's a battle royale. Everybody knows Fortnite. Does Purple Nurple go to the bathroom? I don't know. I've never seen him go to the bathroom. I don't know. But he can move, I think, because he is an octopus. But yeah. So yeah, I was playing the game, and for the first time ever, I actually bought a skin on my Nintendo Switch account, which I was like, oh my god, this skin looks so good, and it's only like $10, and I play Fortnite a little bunch, so I got it. And oh my god, I'm so happy I got it. It's like the skin with like a robot face, and it has like lakes and like grass and volcanoes and all over its like back and stuff. And it's so cool. And it's back blink. Whenever you kill someone, the volcano erupts. Like it's a tiny planet and the volcano erupts. That's so cool. But yeah, Liam, hope you have a fun, fulfilled summer and have a good school year. Stay cool, kid. Yeah, I'm kind of sad. I'm going back to school, and I'm kind of happy because I'll get to meet new people and stuff. But also, I noticed that I just hit this like slope of noticing everything goes down from here. Because I'm going to hit puberty. I'm going to middle school after this year. So after this year, everything is going downhill. What is your favorite video game? So far, it's looking like Tekken no Tatsujin. I don't know. It just sounds like school, but with big people. But yeah. So this game's fun. In the new season, they added Superman and Rick from Rick and Morty. Wow. But yeah. So now we're going to talk about how I play the game. And you can learn from me and see how good I get. So, what I do, land at Boney Bergs. Go to the tallest building. Look for any loot. And this place is huge. Like, this one building is huge. So I normally find an AR and a pump. If I hear people walking, I listen, wait for them to come up to my floor, shoot them. And I just keep on doing this. Find some shield pots, drink it. And then my recent item I always try to get is the cow. This item turns you into a big cow. And you can like jump around. How much watermelon have you eaten in the summer? I don't think I have eaten any. I've probably eaten like 2 like little cubes or something. But yeah. Yeah, so this game is fun. There's also a bunch of stuff like UFOs. For some reason, I don't really like using UFOs. I just like to run and shoot people. Yeah. So this game is a lot of fun, and there is some guns that are kind of broken. I love the tactical shotguns, or as I call them, tacs. But yeah. So these things, in my opinion, are better than pump shotguns, even though pumps do more damage, objectively. After you shoot one shot, it has like this 2-second like reload, and then you can shoot again. And for me, that's just too much. That's too long. You can use UFOs? Yes, you can use UFOs. I don't know. Okay. So, yeah, I usually focus on ARs and shotguns because that's the only really guns I use. I'll keep a cow, what's it called? A med kit, and maybe a SMG or shields. Liam, superior to Mini Will. And yeah, I feel like I'm not. I am kind of like Dad, but I feel like I'm more like my mom. That puberty, Liam, that's tricky deal. That's tricky deal there, brother. Yeah. So I'll be growing facial.
Superior. It just.
I thought it was like the arrow. I actually have a story. In school, I used to think those little mouths, because they said they were like mouths. So I thought it did like this way. So I was so confused when I failed every question except the ones I got wrong. I was like, what? That's how you do it. That's how a mouth works. But now I know it's the opposite way, which I still think that's a little weird. But it's greater than and less than, so They shouldn't have told us it's like a mouth. They should have told us it was like arrows. I would have got every question right then. But yeah. I'm trying to think more. Yeah. So I love also to like meme with my friends while I'm playing it. What's your favorite subject in school? Does recess count? I like STEM and PE because, oh my gosh, there's no better feeling than playing dodgeball, to be honest. Let's be honest here. Dodgeball is the best sport. But yeah, I love dodgeball. Dodgeball is my secret hobby because if it was a sport, I would be so happy. But yeah, so I love dodgeball. Dodgeball is great. Someone just commented alligator. He does have a point. Alligators do exist. STEM engineer equals engineering. I can't remember any. I remember like the movie Dodgeball Awesomeness too. I've never seen that movie, but yeah. So STEM is kind of like confusing because how I remember like doing like the programming, but I also remember mostly just getting off of it and playing cool math game. Yeah. So that's it. I'm sorry if this video felt a little long. It did feel for me, but yeah. I'm hoping I come up with another idea for a tier list for my next video because I know you guys love those, and I'll be thinking. I'll see you next time. Bye.
All aboard that game train. Hey. All aboard that game train.
Game over.
All right, guys, the recording's over. Thank you guys for hanging out while Liam and Ollie did their segments. Let me get the noise gates back on. 3.9 on this one. And then this one I just have to turn on. All right, now we're back. Back to David Zublik. David Zublik, the first video I found of him, he hosts a show called Dark Outpost. Also, real quick, by the way, there's been 2 more donations that came in through the GoFundMe, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. That time's winding down, so I appreciate any donations that you guys can help with or support or whatever. And if you can't, you can't. You think you just, that's what they say every time. But anyways, David Zublik. So the first time I saw him was on this post, and we're going to watch this whole video. This was actually boosted by InfoWars for sure.
President Donald Trump has ordered the firing squad execution of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris once the United States Supreme Court and the U.S. Congress make a final determination as to who has won the presidency. This is what we have as the latest information on that. President Trump amended federal execution rules to allow death by firing squad, sparking rumors that this may be the reason why Joe Biden has been put under an electronic tether covered by what appears to be an ankle boot, and Kamala Harris has basically disappeared. And
this did not age well. Kamala Harris disappeared. Joe Biden has an electric tether covered by an ankle boot, and they're both going to be assassinated, executed by firing squad, according to David Zublik.
Gone into hiding since Election Day. Harris's disappearance, of course, is very concerning.
Non-existent.
For the Democrat Party. Her being, of course, the former top prosecutor in the state of California. Well, she understands America's federal election laws about as well as anyone who is a constitutional scholar. She knows about fraudulent elections. She knows about treason. And she also knows the grave significance of the tremendous amount of evidence that's.
So David Zublik, one thing you'll notice is he wants to be Alex Jones so bad he can't stand it. But that Alex Jones, at least, whether you like him or not or believe him or not, he at least does his own research and goes out and finds stories. I'm pretty sure David Zublik just reads Real Raw News.
Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani have amassed, including the video, the incredible video that has just surfaced of the number of ballots that were kept under a table and were dumped into the mix in Georgia after the close of business on election night. We'll get into that in just a few minutes. 10 million votes, as we know, were stolen for Joe Biden from Donald Trump. Now, this claim that President Trump is going after these treasonous traitors was also confirmed this week by retired U.S. Army Major Jeffrey Prather, founder of the Warrior School, that since 1995 has trained the U.S. Army, Marines, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard Special Forces, as well as most U.S. federal law enforcement agencies, such as the FBI, DHS, U.S. Marshals, and the Border Patrol.
Ooh.
In an interview with
My goodness.
Adams National News, Prather laid out how President Trump, the Department of Defense, and acting Defense Secretary Christopher Miller were going to defeat the deep state traitors and save America from this attempted coup. And this, of course, as we are well aware, is something that's been going on since election night of 2016, when this hideous and heinous plot to overthrow the legitimately elected President Trump began with help from Barack Obama and the Clintons. This is what Natural News is reporting. A partial summary of the interview with Natural News. Prather said this: it confirms that the multiple raids on the servers of vote rigging systems were conducted in 3 countries. That is the truth. Confirms that the NSA has hard evidence on treasonous actors and that this evidence is likely being leveraged by Trump's people. It also confirms that Trump can use the NDAA combined with of course, what we've talked about here, the September 12th, 2018 executive order to declare domestic treasonous actors as enemy combatants, saying that the Department of Defense and the patriots inside the DIA have everything they need to defeat the deep state. It also says Trump will be president on January the 21st, warning that the transition from information warfare to conventional or kinetic warfare may happen very soon, and is warning that the left-wing backlash against Trump's victory will result in bloodshed that cannot be avoided. So basically, we're looking at a tremendous situation going on here. Donald Trump issued an executive order basically declaring a state of national emergency here in the United States. And under that declaration, treasonous actors, including anyone who aids and abets in a fraudulent election, can have all of their assets seized. They can be tried and convicted for treason, and can now, with the reauthorization of these death penalties by firing squad, can and will be executed. And my sources are telling me that this is going to include Joe Biden and Kamala Harris once all of this information is out there. Incredible news. We will continue to keep you posted on this as developments warrant. But
Man,
latest again, Donald.
I'm sure this is going to come true in the next several months.
Trump.
This is from December, by the way.
Firing squad executions of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has gone basically into a state of hiding since the election, and is now awaiting to see what's going to happen next. And what is going to happen next, according to a very credible source by the name of Dr. Jerome Corsi, is that the United States Supreme Court is definitely going to take this up. He apparently himself, Corsi, has filed for them to intervene in this election. This is above and beyond and aside from anything that Rudy Giuliani and his team, along with Sidney Powell and her team, are doing to get this matter taken care of, by going before the United States Supreme Court. Corsi is hoping that the United States Supreme Court will take a look at his petition, which includes excerpts from his latest book, which is available online at his website, CorsiNation.com. The name of the book is Trump Wins. It outlines this entire election scenario and what Corsi believes is going to happen. He believes the United States Supreme Court will declare this election invalid. He believes that the United States Supreme Court will say it's too late to conduct another election. That is going to be something that is going to have to be straightened out through the legislative process and through the reformation of election laws, but that Congress will now have to basically vote for the President of the United States in a do-over. And since, even though the majority of the House of Representatives is held by Democrats, in this particular instance, with regard to the election, each state only gets one vote And since 26 of the states are held by Republicans, 23 by Democrats, and another couple that are kind of in flux, Corsi estimates that the House of Representatives will then vote to reelect Donald Trump as president of the United States. The election for vice president then, of course, will take place in the Senate, which as of right now, many Senate seats are still up in the air. That part of the election has also not been confirmed. But even if it comes down to a 50-50 split, Vice President Mike Pence, being the president of the Senate, would also have a vote in the vice presidential election, and he's unlikely to vote for Kamala Harris or anybody else to be vice president. He will probably vote for himself, and therefore Trump and Pence will be reelected. That is the latest information that we have. Now, when and if this all goes down, as Jerome Corsi believes, and as I believe, a very good probability, I've estimated about 90% probability that is exactly what happens. Trump has authorized, we already know that he authorized military tribunals for treasonous traitors.
Ah, tribunals. Perfect.
And now he has authorized the reinstitution of firing squads, and he has indicated that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be two of the first people executed should they be convicted of this election fraud and basically an act of treason to this country. So it's something that should be encouraging to a lot of people, those of us who are Trump supporters and want to see the rule of law prevail. We want to see this country return to the constitutionally limited representative republic that it is. So that is the latest on that. Also,
oh, that was the end of. Well, no, I guess that's the end of it for right here. So this was shared on InfoWars, and that's how I found it. Honestly, people were sharing it to me, and it says David Zublik, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris will be executed. I wrote the bill. Now that we believe everything we hear these days, however, this is an interesting standpoint of what if. So that was the claim coming from David Zublik back in December. He went on to make several more claims, which we're going to go over some of them, but just to prove that Joe Biden is literally not executed. I'm going to show a video clip of him. I wouldn't say doing well, but still alive, definitely. If you guys seen this.
Your state, which I've been through, is a magnificently beautiful state. It's,
beautiful.
And I mean, and the thing that, I come from the state of Delaware, we had more acreage burned last year than the state of Delaware and Maryland combined.
What did you just say?
Which I've been through is a magnificently beautiful state. It's and I mean, and the thing that, I come from the state of Delaware, we had more acreage burned last year than the state of Delaware and Maryland combined. For you all on Montana, that ain't, but back, I want people to get a sense of how massive. I come from the state of Delaware, we had more acreage burned last year than the state of Delaware and Maryland combined.
How can you have more acreage burned in the state of Delaware than the state of Delaware and Maryland combined? Anyways, back to the Dark Outpost. Joe Biden also ate a booger off his chin today, or last week. I'm sorry. There was a lady that presented a video busting some of David Zublick's earlier work. Now, in David Zublick's defense, this lady's batshit crazy. But she had some very valid points, but she recently took them down. I was going to play her video at this point in the show, but here's the reason why she took them all down.
Hey friends, I just want to do a really quick update, and I'm going to keep it short, I hope. As I said before, I still get comments every single day on the David Zublick video that I did a couple of years ago. And people keep asking, how's he a liar? How's he a liar? Prove he's a liar. Of course, I've addressed everything dozens of times. So what has come to my attention is that David Zublick's completely gone off YouTube now. So you can't find the old videos that I refer to unless they're somewhere else. I wanted to let you know I found partial video uploads of his Dark Something podcast.
Dark Outpost.
Rumble.com. I'll leave a link below. And he has, I thought I might be able to toggle back and forth, but I'm going to leave a link to his actual website. It's $30 though to join and hear his full information, and I'm not going to pay money to be lied to. Also a link where I just listened to him on a New Age channel here on YouTube. You really wouldn't recognize him if you didn't know him and the things he said in the past. You'd think he's probably pretty knowledgeable and a pretty good guy. He was definitely catering to his New Age audience.
Excuse me, what was that?
He was definitely catering to his New Age audience.
That's kind of a running theme with these guys, huh? They've all went full on New Age. Strange.
Not his fundamental right audience. And I just thought it was an interesting David. A different David. So I'm going to leave the link there and you can check that out. And yes, he does confirm in this video that he still believes completely that there will still be military tribunals that Trump will lead, by the way, still. Now, this was September, this past September, before the election, that McCain was executed and that Bush was executed, and those weren't natural deaths. And he had a picture of something that was supposed to have been signed by Herbert Walker Bush that says they know everything, H.W. Bush, and it was like covered in plastic cover wrap to keep it forever for posterity or something, but it looked like a stamp, H.W. Bush to me. So you can check that out for yourselves. And it looks like just from the headlines on Rumble, he is still catering a lot of the same lies that have already been misproven. So I'm not sure where this whole movement is going to go from here. I told you yesterday, by the way, I'm talking much better today. Did you notice? Then I lost my track because I saw the meatballs on the TV there. Sorry. So
what?
Anyway,
you saw what on the TV? Anyway, she had a catalog of videos calling out David Zublick, but she's got her own issues. She believes she was abducted by the military, because she didn't want to join. She was abducted by a military contractor and made into a super soldier. She's one of those My Labs, Mill Labs, whatever people. Here's where she believes her nieces were kidnapped.
Okay, guys, I don't have long. This may be the most important video that I've ever done. It's going back to everything that happened to me as a child, and it's happening right now, live, as I have posted a recent video talking about it again. And I have been warned not to talk about it.
So she believes because she came out and talked about her issue with coming out in front of, as an abductee of the U.S. government and aliens working together, that her nieces were abducted.
Again. And yes, we're talking about the aliens, okay? And our United States government's work with them for decades. And I said it was not a coincidence. I'm going to turn on the light here so it might be better for you. I said it's not a coincidence that everything's coming full circle right now.
Someone said fruitcake in the chat. You know what that means.
My niece Lillian in Wilmington, her daughter, my great niece Sophia, and my other niece Emily, who was visiting them, sent out a 911 call at 2:30 a.m. last night. And a business card, a digital business card, at the same time to her mother and the other girl's boyfriend, Emily's boyfriend. And the man's name was Mark Gross. And I looked him up and I found him right away in North Carolina. He owns Oak Grove Tech. Look up oakgrovetech.com and do it quick before they crash their servers on purpose so that you can't find out what this man does for a living. Yeah, I'm so crazy that now my great niece, who's 7 years old, has been kidnapped, along with two of my nieces, by a company that's contracted by the U.S. military, several branches. And when you go to oakgrovetech.com, I think everything that I've ever said to you will start to make sense.
Oh, no.
I got a tinfoil hat. Yeah, I got a hat I need
Oh, no.
I also got two nieces and a great niece that are missing as soon as I say I'm going to finish telling my story.
Oh, no.
The story's not finished yet, wouldn't you say? Now, I also had a dream. My sister yelled at me 2 nights ago, and she was crying. And
Anyways, we can cover this lady at a different time. But she's definitely off the end. Now we're going to go to David Zublick's catalog. Let's see some of the stuff he's been saying recently. I guess would be the best place to go. I got some more of her videos open. We don't need those. I was just watching them myself. Yeah, let's go to his catalog here on Rumble. So this is David Zublick, 729. This is from yesterday. The military is holding the White House for Trump. Well, let's just see about that. See what kind of receipts he brings here. That's weird. I was a dick buster in a previous life. They busted all over the place, and now I'm just a ghost.
Greetings. I see you've made your way past enemy lines to the Dark Outpost. Welcome, Patriots. I'm David Zublick, your host on this excursion to the darkest outposts of the human mind and beyond.
To the darkest outposts of the human mind and beyond.
Thank you for being with us once again. We appreciate it. We have what I believe is a great show for you today. Coming up in just a little bit will be Jesse Saboter of Illuminate the Darkness.
Hey, Beer Man, Judy Silver bought you a 6-pack. When all else fails, just shine your boot wheel. I am honestly thinking about making a full-blown grifter channel to buy myself a house. Like, I've never been so close. But thank you very much for that Buy Me a Coffee. I appreciate it.
At illuminatethedarkness.com, she will be answering your questions, those that you have emailed in. And if you do have questions for Jesse going forward, you can always email them to me at david@darkoutpost.com. david@darkoutpost.com. And we will be more than happy to pass your questions on to Jesse Saboter and ask those questions during our weekly visits. Jesse will join us in just a little bit. And then later on in the program, Peter Kirby, author of the book Chemtrails Exposed, The New Manhattan Project, will be joining us to continue his deep dive into the chemtrail agenda and to talk about a Kickstarter campaign that he is interested in promoting. We will talk with Peter Kirby a little bit later on. All that is coming up in the broadcast today. And before we do any of that, if we could, let's take a moment and do as we do each and every day on this broadcast, and that is to take a moment to honor our nation and its flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with
That's right.
liberty and justice for all.
It could be worse. I mean, at least he's doing the.
All right.
At least he's doing this at the start of a show. You know.
Have you been following the stock market lately?
No,
Been following
I have not.
the volatile stock market.
Mm-mm.
Well, Bitcoin sunk below $40,000, and
Oh no.
believe it or not, the world is celebrating because the most successful investors buy when everyone else is selling and sell when everyone else is buying. But cryptocurrency is, well, let's face it, it's a risky investment. Its potential for loss is just as great as its potential for gains. It's exciting, but it's also nerve-wracking at the same time. And that's why when you invest, you need to have the peace of mind that you're investing through a secure platform
Oh no. This is an ad read.
on nothing else but investing. Well, My Digital Money is a crypto IRA platform that provides you that and much, much more. They offer an unparalleled military-grade cold storage for your cryptos using ex-military bunkers. Your cryptos are in good hands. They also offer one of the most comprehensive insurance. And because this was created by Colin Plume, CEO of Noble Gold, My Digital Money offers the same U.S.-based company client service. Yes, they are not just a U.S.-based company. Their customer service is U.S.-based as well. So you can tell them you'll get a warm body to help you with any issue or question that you may have by giving them a call. They'll be happy to answer your questions. But
Okay.
whether it's a forgotten password or help in submitting documents, My Digital Money will help you open and maintain your crypto IRA.
Oh, okay.
Go to their website,
Makes sense.
digitalmoney.com today. Digital currency is a new and very speculative market. It's risky. No outcomes are predicted, and any investment is subject to complete loss and not suitable for all investors. But you've got enough to worry about with cryptocurrency, especially if you're in that market. So go to a platform
I wonder how much he's making. I need a sponsor.
that will secure the risks you're taking. Again, mydigitalmoney.com, or just click the link in the description of this video. It's mydigitalmoney.com. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. All right. Coming up a little bit, Jesse Sabota of Illuminate the Darkness at illuminatethedarkness.com. But before we get to any of that, we have some breaking news from the Dark Outpost News Center. Check this out.
The news center.
Not going to believe this one.
Oh God, what is this? Now we got another animation already. We just started. We've had one eye.
All right. Now, the man who is referring to himself as the President of the United States, and he really is not. We're talking about Joe Biden. He's never set foot in the White House. We've been telling you that for quite some time. Never set foot at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. But
By the way, what was the name of this video? Military holding White House for Trump. Military holding White House for Trump on the 29th. What is it? Oh, U.S. military holding White House for Trump's return. The man who calls himself Joseph R. Biden has never set foot in the real White House. Real Raw News can now report immediately following the results of the 2020 presidential election, the U.S. military assumed provisional control of the White House amid concerns that Biden and his deep state allies had indeed stolen the election. On election night, as President Donald J. Trump's commanding lead over Biden seemed to... Oh, well, we might as well just let him read it.
Dark Outpost can now tell you, we just found this out, following the results of the 2020 election, the election that was stolen from President Donald Trump, the U.S. military assumed provisional control of the White House amid concerns that Biden and his deep state allies were going to try to occupy that very special residence. Here's what happened. On election night, as President Trump's commanding lead over Biden seemed to suddenly wane, it was evaporated basically, by the fake balloting, the mail-in ballots, the empty ballots, the ballots from the dead, everything else. Well, the U.S. military was already in the process of investigating this election fraud, and they were investigating collusion between the Biden campaign and the Chinese-sponsored hacking group Nakion. I don't know if you heard of Nakion. It's surreptitiously funded by the PLA. Now, this shadowy cyber warfare group, as we have learned, has a history of interfering in foreign elections. And it's a principal player in the PLA's cyber war with Taiwan. Well, the military came up with evidence that the Biden campaign not only had knowledge of, but also engaged in Nakion's...
That word's encouraged, sir.
...the Dominion voting machines. You heard about the Dominion voting machine scandal. We've talked about it plenty here on this program. Well, Dominion provided election equipment and software to 28 states in the Union, including the same battleground states where Trump's huge lead suddenly evaporated and shifted over to Biden during the wee hours of the morning. And we all know what happened there. We all know about the fraud, despite what anybody in the mainstream media and what any of...
Could it be more obvious what this guy is doing? He's adding one or two words every fucking sentence. Now, this was posted on July 23rd. He posted his video on July 29th. Is he going to go back and post-date that article and say that they stole the article from him? Are you kidding me? Word for word.
Of the fact checkers are telling you, what any of the social media giants are telling you, we know that the election was stolen. While all this was going on, however, the military was paying very close attention to this. On November the 4th, at exactly 5 o'clock in the morning, Trump received a telephone call from the Joint Chiefs of Staff member, Marine Corps General David H. Berger, who revealed that the Chinese saboteurs had penetrated Dominion voting machines in at least 6 of these states. General Berger told Trump that the military had failed to thwart the attack because someone on the inside fought its efforts to regain control of the voting software. Well, when Trump asked Berger to consult Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, Berger reportedly said,
seriously, if this is what we're doing, then I'm just going to start a fucking channel with a donation link to my regular donation. I'm going to take my face off the video and put up a little guy who has a sign, a cartoon character that has a sign that says Trump won, and I'm just going to read fucking articles off the goddamn internet and call it news. I mean, he at least does a better job than Chahurston, where she just reads it word for word and can't pronounce a lot of the words. Not because I don't think she can read. I think her ADD, ADHD, emphysema, anal fissures, all the stuff she's got, she can't concentrate long enough to read the words. She's reading faster than her eyes can literally move. It's so fast, at some point she just vibrates. It's not even words anymore. But he does a better job of that, but he's still reading it word for fucking word from real raw news. A website that is so very technically inclined, let's go there, that they cannot, for the life of them, figure out how to change the logo to where it isn't the WordPress logo on their website. Okay? This is the best they can do. It still says WordPress. Inept isn't even the word. Inept isn't the word anymore. I don't know what it is, but we need a new, much stronger word that kind of stings better.
Mr. President, I don't think we can trust this guy. I don't think he can be trusted. I suggest you immediately sign the Insurrection Act. So a lot of people were wondering exactly when the Insurrection Act was signed, and that is when it happened. The Insurrection Act of 1807, as you are well aware if you've been watching this program for any length of time, when it is enacted, supersedes the Posse Comitatus Act, the latter of which prohibits the powers of the federal government and the use of federal military personnel to enforce domestic policies within the United States. The Insurrection Act of 1807 supersedes that, thereby allowing the United States military to regain control of the country, even on American soil and even civilian Americans. Now, 3 days after the election,
he ain't gonna break.
Votes were still being tallied, as you know. General Berger told Trump he would do everything possible to prevent Biden's installation as president. But on the fourth day, well, just about every media outlet, most of Congress and the liberal elite endorsed Biden as the victor, including many prominent Republicans, including, as you know, Mitch McConnell and others. Now, despite being the illegitimate victor in this election, Biden met an unwelcome surprise when he arrived at the White House on January the 20th. Now, many of you probably already saw the motorcade leading to the Capitol building and from the Capitol to the White House, in which the military personnel actually turned their backs.
Also not true.
Joe Biden. We've played that video for you in the past. You remember that now.
So here's the problem. You can play a video and you can accurately describe what's going on. Past that video, you're making assumptions. So you can play a video and you can say, this video says it comes from someone within the presidential motorcade and they are driving out the road and there are some soldiers facing towards the motorcade and there are some groups of soldiers facing away. To go further than that and say, the military does not recognize this guy as president, that's why they're turning their back because they hate him, is too far. You have no idea. Because, just me being in the military, I personally know that when we formed up as platoons or as troops, what we had, but companies, and we were close to another company, a lot of times they would alternate it the way we were facing. It doesn't matter what you're doing when you're standing in a group. Wherever the first sergeant calls the formation, he's in the front. So if he's standing in the middle of the fucking road, you face the road. If he's standing a block away, you run a block away and form up. If he's standing away from the road, you face away from the road. And they were just standing there, probably receiving orders, probably telling people, you know, go back to your rack, or we're going to pull patrol, or we got next shift, or make sure nobody fucks the first sergeant's daughter when they get drunk tonight, she's in town, shit like that. Normal shit that you hear all the time in the military. It had nothing to do. This was not a fucking show and parade. This was not some type of inspection. They weren't supposed to be turned around saluting the man. It had nothing to do with who was coming through. Jesus Christ could have went by on a pair of red, white, and blue rollerblades, and people would have still been looking at their first sergeant. Or they damn well better be.
When Biden got to the White House, instead of a ceremonial greeting, he and Kamala Harris were stopped by the National Guard and U.S. Marines at the barbed wire fence.
Isn't that rosy nose and what he's got bulbous, and isn't that the sign of alcoholism?
Encircling the White House, which we're all pretty much very well familiar with right now. The Marines informed them that the military had assumed control of the executive branch and instructed them to
Here's something you guys need to make sure of. If in a few days you see a new channel making the rounds that everyone loves because of the comedy, and everyone falls in love with the sweet southern nasally voice, and it's got an avatar showing instead of a picture, and it's preaching the grift and making tons of money, mind your own fucking business. You understand me?
Get out. Vacate the area. When Harris belligerently said, move aside, we are president now. Notice she said, we're president, and those are her exact words. The Marines locked the gate. All right? Now, you have to understand most of the military is behind President Donald Trump. Not all, but most of the military is behind Trump. Biden does have some allies, however. The intelligence agencies are currently working for Biden. The Secret Service is currently working for Biden. The dissident elements of the U.S. military, and there are some, including a few high-ranking generals and admirals, they're continuing to stand by the false President Joe Biden. Dark Outpost, I can't confirm this, but I'm going to say it anyway. We heard through the grapevine, through a source, that there was a brief firefight that occurred after Kamala Harris had ordered the Secret Service to actually storm.
He's going above and beyond. This says Real Raw News. Can't confirm. This would be like me saying, now listen, I probably shouldn't even be saying this because we cannot confirm it. Nino, listen. I shouldn't even be saying this because I can't confirm it, but we literally had boots on the ground, ostrich skin, shit-kicking boots, pointy toe and all. And those boots on the ground are reporting back to me. Now, this is unconfirmed, that there was a very violent but brief firefight. Nino, you don't understand. This is God's time. This was God's firefight. There was a brief firefight that occurred because Heels Up Harris, we all know what we're talking about, right? For entertainment purposes only. She had went and ordered the Secret Service to storm the White House. Now, Biden is not so dumb as to order the Secret Service to fight the U.S. Marines. Harris, on the other hand, heels up, she is. We all, Nino, listen. This isn't about you. This is about me. According to the report, 2 Secret Service agents were killed. But those Marines, there was only 1 Marine that was injured. Before Biden's forces were repelled from the grounds, there was a whole company of Marines that were controlling the White House. They were not going to take it with the measly little outfit of Secret Service agents that they gave to Biden. They didn't even give him a full crew. A full unit of Secret Service agents is about 23 to 25, depending on, the situation. There's a team that goes ahead, a team that stays behind, and a team that travels with him. The team can expand for larger places, but they only had 6 agents with Nino. They had 6 agents. Now, does that sound like a president to you? Nino. Oops, showed my face. Can we clip that out? Guys, can we clip out my face? Yeah, I got a call, and then I didn't realize the camera was going to be forward facing, so I had it on my big fucking fat face. Yeah, can we clip that? Okay. Somebody give me Monkey Works on the horn.
The White House. According to the report, 2 Secret Service agents were killed and 1 Marine seriously injured before Biden's forces were repelled from the grounds. To avoid shame and maintain an illusion of power, Biden's people concocted a ruse supported by the media allies to deceive the American public into believing that he had won a fair election and had moved into the White House on schedule. Now, we know where Biden is actually really right now allegedly conducting business, and it is not, I repeat, it is not 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Tyler Perry's 300-acre Atlanta estate is a three-quarter scale version of the White House. It's
Sure
a
it is.
three-quarter replica of the White House. It's a stucco replica of the commander-in-chief's residence. He originally built it as a set piece for a television show, Tyler Perry. He is a Democrat. He's a Democrat who endorsed Biden and funneled millions of dollars into his campaign, allowed Biden to use this residence as an operating base. Now, although this replica White House was built to three-quarter scale, on television and in images, it is, as many of you have probably noticed, pretty much indistinguishable from the actual White House, from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Biden and Harris have been using this facsimile to feign leadership, okay, and to impose pretty much despotic rule on the nation, so they believe. It is from there that Biden's criminal press secretary, Jen Psaki, delivers these daily press briefings. Biden hosts foreign dignitaries there, allegedly, and pretty much all of the mainstream media, including Fox News, is going along with this fiction. We played a video from a citizen journalist, you might remember, actually more than one of them, one showing Washington, D.C. pretty much abandoned. It's like a ghost town. We did an entire program on that. It's in the archives for those of you that are Dark Outpost Inner Circle members. We also showed another video that the same citizen journalist put together, showing that he was at a hotel across the street from the White House at the exact same time that CNN was showing a White House press briefing in the Rose Garden. And he was showing one camera focused on the actual Rose Garden at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the other showing the screen of Biden allegedly at the White House. Different weather, different conditions. One was sunny, one was cloudy, but nothing was going on at the real Rose Garden. Everything is coming from that Atlanta faux White House.
I see Tim out there in the chat. I appreciate you coming by, Tim. Tim was one of my buddies when I was in the Ranger SEALs.
Okay. Now, the real White House has been dark, pretty much. If you follow the White House camera, and we've even had John Carmen on when we had the camera on at the same time, and we showed you that nothing is pretty much going on there. Occasionally you see one or two people coming into the building, like they're conducting tours and that sort of thing. Again, the White House is being maintained by the United States military. It's being guarded by some of the finest people, the finest men and women that this country has to offer. Stalwart observers and even Trump's allies have proven that the White House is empty. In May, Trump ally and attorney Lynn Wood actually penetrated the veil of secrecy by sneaking inside the White House to prove that neither Biden or any other member of the presidential staff is dwelling within that structure. He did a video from there. Instead, Trump's photographs still adorn the West Wing, and papers bearing the signature still sit on the Resolute desk. Well, Dark Outpost has heard from sources both in the military and within Trump's inner circle, all of whom claim the White House is being preserved for its proper occupant, Donald J. Trump, whose return to authority, we understand, is imminent. We're looking at the middle of August. So we're just a couple of weeks away from hopefully that historic turnaround. And you may have heard that the Arizona audit has just been completed, the results of which will be made known shortly. I think things are going to begin to be very interesting over the course of the next few weeks. It's going to be pretty volatile. And as a result of that, hopefully you are prepared for that volatility for you and your family, and keep President Trump in your prayers. All right. All right. Coming up in just a couple of moments here on Dark Outpost, we are going to be joined by.
Clearly his source is Real Raw News. Let's see what else he's got going on, though. Another commercial, I'm assuming. Hey, does anybody own a business they need some advertisement? I'll cut you a good deal. Also, does anybody, this is an actual question. Does anybody live near a place that is also near me that sells shipping containers?
She will be taking your questions that you have emailed in, and that's going to be pretty exciting. And then a little bit later on in the broadcast, Peter Kirby, author of Chemtrails Exposed, the New Manhattan Project, will be joining us for a lively discussion about who and what is behind the chemtrail agenda. And for those of you who are watching this broadcast, we are inviting you to stick around for the entire 4-hour show, at the conclusion of which the first...
Who the hell does 4-hour-long videos, David Zublik? Are you kidding me?
Hour and a half or so is going to be archived and available on Rumble and BitChute. However, if you miss the rest of the program live, the only way you're going to be able to see the entire 4-hour broadcast is going to be a Dark Outpost.
I guarantee you that a majority of these people, Nino, a majority of these people are definitely laughing in your face. As soon as the interview's over, as soon as Zoom is closed down, they laugh at your face.
Outpost Inner Circle. Well, the Dark Outpost Inner Circle is a special platform where you can have access to voices and opinions
in your head,
topics that you are not going to get any place.
If I do a container home, it'll be later on. But what I need are 2 things called flat stack containers. They're basically like a beefed up version of just the bottom, just the floor of a container, and they have removable ends on them. I've got to build a bridge that is strong enough to bring a load of lumber, bring a concrete truck, bring whatever I need across a double wide, whatever I want to do. I got to build a bridge that's strong enough to support that. So they have these thing called flat pack containers. And it's a beefed up version of just the bottom. It's like the flatbed version of a tractor and trailer, but for shipping containers. They come in 20 feet and 40 feet. None of my local places that sell containers sell them. They just sell the boxes. I found a place in Houston. I found a place in Miami, but at $3 or $4 per mile, that's a lot of money to get it to Tennessee.
Else, we're the only one that has topics and voices like this.
Oh, what's this? This is awesome. Wonder who he stole this from. Dude, I swear, I've got to be able to do better than David Zublik because it takes him a week to get a story on video. I could do 3 a day. Every time Real Raw News puts out a fucking article, I'm going to change my voice, change my appearance, and read that son of a bitch on a new channel.
just head on over to Dark Outpost.
Oh, he just got a snoot full, it looks like.
Sign up for a 1-year membership to the Dark Outpost Inner Circle. That gets you access to
I
content.
used to work for CSX. I asked CSX, but they told me they don't deal and sell with them. I would have to try to find the person who does their scrap, because I don't need a new one that's still good. Basically, what happens is after so many years, it doesn't matter how good a shape they're in, they can't use them anymore. And that's what I'm looking for. I think it's 8 years. I need an 8-year-old one or better.
And opinion and topics that you are not going to get anyplace else.
Do you think I could just be Nino, listen.
Of the
I know you guys were waiting on me for a while. I finally started the 107 video
receipt for that 1-year
channel
subscription to darkoutpost.tv.
Nick says I do a bad job.
In return, we will send you back the super bundle of reports. What's that all about?
The super bundle. Basically, what I do is I go to Real Raw News. I get every story from the last calendar year. I print it off. I change the title to where it says Dark Outpost instead of Real Raw News. It's pretty easy in Photoshop. I print those out and mail them to you. Luckily, it's $99 a month, and it cost me $14 to mail it to you one time.
Well, we'll tell you about that a little bit later on in the broadcast, but you got to be aware that it's a fantastic bundle of reports, not only on the scourge of pedophilia and child sex trafficking taking place here in the United States and around the world.
Mark, have you ever seen the ones there that are just the floor, like a flatbed looking ones, or are they just the boxes? I can find the boxes, but if I can find the floor ones, that would be awesome. I'm either going to need that, or I'm going to need 2 old flatbed trailers from a trucking company.
World, but we also have that complete Guantanamo.
Nino, take a breath. Take a deep, Nino, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Nino, in through your nose, out through your mouth. In through your nose, out through your mouth. It's on God's time, at God's bar.
Arrested, taken to Guantanamo Bay, tried, convicted, and either sentenced to life in prison and or executed. It also contains the complete military tribunal transcript summaries of the Hillary Rodham Clinton military tribunal that took place between December the 13th and the 17th of 2018, after which she and her husband Bill were executed at exactly 11:59 p.m. December the 31st of 2018. And what you've been seeing in place of the real Hillary and Bill are doppelgangers and clones. We've been doing we also have a report on doppelgangers, lookalikes, and clones, and how you can spot the real ones from the fakes. All right, so we got all that as part of the super bundle. All you have to do is ask for it, and a little bit later on in the program, we will show you exactly what the super
His nose is so red because he just took 4 shots off camera, allegedly.
bundle entails and everything that is all about. Okay? All right, now, I want to remind you about something coming up this Saturday night. If you are...
Hey, guys, I just want to let you know that I got the book. My mom's got a book. Don't forget about my mom's book, Keto with Nino. My mom's book is Illegal Legal, the story of immigration. My dad's book, being a cop with a fucked up piece of shit son who keeps getting thrown out of bars. My dad's book, leave a review on it. Also, my housekeeper, my contractor who is redoing my bathroom, and the guy who mows my yard all have books. We have, the housekeeper has Cleaning Up After the Champ, a story of perseverance. My contractor has Bathrooms and You, the bathroom of a champion, Build God. And the guy who mows my lawn has Growing Up Green, How to Make Money and Service the Champ in a World Full, or a Jungle Full of Grass. So make sure that you make sure that you leave reviews on all those. But did you leave a review? Every time I do Nino, he turns into Rocky.
Other big plans for Saturday night. We are going to do the second of what I hope will be many free-for-all Saturday nights live this Saturday night from 9 p.m. to midnight Eastern Time. We will be taking your telephone calls for 3 solid hours. We will talk about anything and everything that's on your mind, anything that we cover on this broadcast, and
doing anointing, healing, and
All right, here's the lady again,
right
Jesse.
on radio, the Reveal Report, and of course her home-based website, illuminatethedarkness.com. Jesse, welcome back to the program. How are you today?
doing well, David. Thank you.
Good. I'm so glad to have you with us, and we have a lot to talk about. But I got to tell you, we have questions for you. The last time you were on the program last week, we couldn't get to all of them, and I wanted to get some of these questions in because you're so popular, and because of all your travel.
In case you're wondering what's going on, this is him playing an interview while he watches an interview and plays on his phone. That's why you see him twice.
And all the things that have been going on in your life personally, you've missed a couple of broadcasts, and these questions just keep coming. So I think before we get into the questions, is there?
I called a couple trucking companies and asked them if they had old, non-inspectable, because I don't need the wheels and the legs and shit, like flatbed trailers for like trucking companies. And a bunch of them just said they fucking scrapped them. Plus, I need a steel one, not an aluminum.
An update to anything you want to tell our viewers that
harder to find.
Yeah, absolutely. I have been doing a lot of traveling. So the last few weeks we were in San Antonio, Texas. Then we were in Orlando, Florida.
He's just sitting there, chewing on his finger.
Reveal live or Reveal Report live show from there. And then most of our time was spent doing anointing, healing, and deliverance ministry. And we just had amazing miracle after miracle happen with that. It was really neat. And then next weekend, so July, 29th through the 30th, we will be in Louisiana in New Orleans. So if anybody's there and wants to come, go on my Twitter page. We'll be at I think it's the Holiday Inn Hotel in New Orleans there. But you can come. I'm going to be doing a special conference on kingdom rights and authority. So some of the stuff we talked about in the last show about, taking back the land and then knowing your priestly and your kingdom rights, I'm going to be going into detail and breaking that down in that conference. So
that's awesome. Now, do you bring copies of your books with you when you go down there that people can get copies?
Yeah, I'll take that down.
Yes.
Hermitage.
Absolutely.
Tell us how they're
You
doing.
mean outside of Nashville? I'll write that down.
Again, I know
Put it on a note.
Kingdom Comes in Power is the first
Thanks,
one.
Carolyn.
And then we have the anointing overflows.
So I haven't made a deal on buying the land. What I'm trying to do, I guess if you care about what's going on, what I'm trying to do is make my money that I have go as far as I possibly can. So there's a piece of land that me and Mariah both like. It has a creek for the boys. It's just an acre. It's got an old house on it that's not worth rehabbing. It just needs to be torn down. It's like a small 2-room house with the kitchen and living room combined in 1 bedroom. But they've ripped the wires out of it and blah, blah, blah. So the bridge needs to be rebuilt because it crosses the creek to get onto our property. We really like it, but I have to have a bridge. Like if I'm going to ever pour a concrete pad for like a shop, I have to have a concrete truck. If I get a double wide, which would be the quickest way to get something in there to live in, I have to be able to take it across the bridge. If I get a camper until the double wide's ready and set up, I have to be able to take everything has to go across the bridge. The problem is the bridge now, I didn't even like walking across it. Like it's rotten. So if I can make a deal on the land, what I'm trying to do is instead of just, he told me straight up, I'm not in a hurry to sell it. I heard your story. You look at it and tell me what you think it's worth. So what I'm trying to do is give him like, if he says it's worth, he'll take $17,000 for it. What I'm trying to do is what's called a contract for deed. Where I pay like $5,000 down, $1,000 a month, that's $17,000. It's paid off in a year, no matter what. I don't know if he'll go for that. I might have to spend a large chunk of the money on it, but I need to make it go as far as I possibly can. So that's why I'm trying to do the pay it off in a year kind of deal. He's still thinking the offer over. But even if he says no, we're still interested in it. I just don't know if I can make it work. Plus, building a bridge. They told me to build a bridge that'll hold that up. If I had it all contracted out, would be between $13,000 up to $35,000 if we mess with the creek and the EPA. So the cheapest is going to be around $15,000, somewhere around there. So money doesn't go very far, but we're doing what we can to get the land and the bridge. I think it'd be nice.
Wow. And you have another book in the works as well?
I do. Yes, I have.
$15,000 is building a bridge and not touching the creek at all, or changing the route of the creek, or driving through the creek with equipment or nothing. $35,000 is worst case scenario. We have to put like a piece of equipment in the creek, and maybe we have to change its flow a little bit. We have to get it approved by the FD or the EPA. They have to do studies, blah blah blah. I think they estimated the span of the bridge at 12 feet, but I think it's probably more like 8 feet.
The third one.
I don't know how. I have to see how far it has to go on the ground too to be secure.
Well, these books are available on Amazon, and I think they can order them also from illuminatethedarkness.com. Is that true?
They've got these concrete blocks that are kind of like giant Legos. And basically what he said to do was take 3 of them and put them on the bank, and then 2 of them on top of that, then the bridge bed, 2 wide, and go across. And on the other side, catch them with 3 and 2, and then take them to the ground, and put one the width of one trailer here and the width of one trailer beside it, and then I can concrete over it if I wanted to. I could form it up and concrete over it, leave it the way it is, and secure it. Whatever I got to do. But I really do like the property. Hopefully we can get it.
Right now, just from Amazon. But you can get them if you come to the conferences or events that I'm speaking at.
That's awesome. Well, you're spreading the word. Orlando, you were just there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just last weekend. So
wow, that's fantastic. You're in high demand, and we're just glad that you make us a part of your
Look at he's just drinking from his alcohol thermos, allegedly.
In between your trips and your and of course we never
I can't take anything over there until I get a bridge.
Hardly ever, but I want to do this for you as well. Promote your other platforms that you're on. Talk about Right On Radio. Talk about the Reveal Report. Let's do that.
Okay. So the two
Not $10,000 tomahawk. Nah, I think he's selling it to him because he's never lived there. It kind of got willed to him. I'm thinking left to him, and he's never lived there. It's just it was part of his family's blah blah blah. I could build what's there now is like a log bridge, and I could go right back with that log bridge. But I would never be able to put concrete on the other side. I would never be able to bring in a flatbed trailer. I don't even think I could take a camper across it. I'm not trying to estimate how much bridge, what logs will hold. Like, I don't like that. I would just rather have it strong enough to know I could take anything across that I want.
For 3 that I'm on weekly are you, David, and then Right On Radio and the Reveal Report. With Right On Radio, Jeff and I cover again.
They priced, speaking of, someone priced for me if I had to get a double wide and have it set by a crane, and it would be cheaper to build about 5 bridges. So looks like we're building a bridge.
Gamut of different topics. Usually it's a good mix of political, what's happening currently today, as well as what's happening in the spirit world. So we'll do updates about the Anointing Project, about
thank you guys, I appreciate
the news from perspective.
Yeah, I've got friends who have excavators. I've got friends who work, with the town, with the city, with the highway department. If I can get the trailers, I can make the rest of it happen.
Perspective that nobody else is going to give you, because we'll be bringing in all of our sources, which include some of the background knowledge or other.
Well, that was my first question, Tablet. Can I put a big ass culvert in it and then gravel and then concrete on top of that and just go straight across. That way I know the pressure is like dispersed into the banks and go with it. But that affects the creek and the wildlife in it, and the EPA has to do studies and approval and all that shit. Once you touch the water or the bank within, I think it's 1.5 feet of the water, you're pretty much tied up for a while.
Avenues that I have. So that's one of our favorite, or my favorites, which I'll just share the story just because it was really cute. And it's not to leave you out, Dave.
I hate that this keeps skipping.
Oh, it's fine.
So at the conference, there was
At least he got up and left.
girl there, and I was like, what? And her mom's like, she's such a big fan. She watches all your shows. And I was like, what, really? And so anyway, I was like, which ones do you like the best?
Actually, if I get the bridges up, what I wanted to do is on the near side, on the maybe even in the middle or on the far side of the bridge, I want to put an electric, like, remote gate, even if I got to run electricity out there. Nothing that'll affect the creek, EPA, if you're watching this, but I want to put a remote gate. So like Mariah pulls up in her car, it automatically opens. But if anybody else wants to come in, I can hit a remote from the house and open the gate. I think that'd be cool.
And so she named a few, but she really likes Right on Radio. But it was so cute. She's 5 years old and watches all my stuff.
That's right, Carolyn.
Wow, that's awesome.
So
That is
she's
fantastic.
listening and saying hello again. I love my little fans. They encourage
That's
me
right.
so much. And I
Build a
love
bridge
it
just to get over it.
when parents are willing to share the truth with their kids, just straight up, hardcore truth, and the kids, then are aware.
Yeah, it'll probably be on the Cold Beer Creations. I told Mariah, honestly, like, I don't know if this sounds shitty, but if we went to build like a unique style house, we could probably put it on the other channel, get people following it, and have donations all along the way. You know what I mean? Like, get the foundation in and set up, do a video, and the bridge, do a video, and I'm sure we'd have donations all along the way. As we were going, people would want to help. I'm not saying a free house. We would have quite a bit of money tied up in it too, but I'm sure we would get help all along, and people who want to volunteer and shit. It's just we got 2 kids. If I can't get a camper or something to live in, I got 2 kids. It can't take too long. Like, I can't be building a house for a year. Like, I need to get it when I can, as quickly as I can, hopefully.
Most of my little fans are mighty little.
And I've made Mariah live in some shitty places when we first started out, so we gotta get something going. She ain't going back to a shitty place, hopefully.
That's kind of a totally different show. The focus is with both George and my background.
That's true, Discernment Files.
Have studied pretty heavily in black magic and the dark arts. So, our purpose of the show is to bring out the truth and the reality that there are people out there who are studying these things, and to bring it into the discussion, because the church won't discuss those things. So we kind of
one of the one of the biggest issues is going to be trying to I have a studio now, which I'm grateful for. Like, it's a separate room. I don't have to bother the kids or Mariah or anything going on in my house. So when we go to make content from here on out, after I leave this place, it might be a little more hectic and not as well put together, and shit in the background and noises, or maybe I can't do it one day because other parts of the house is doing this and that. Something. We'll figure it out.
to bring it to the forefront, and then talk about the dangers with it. And our goal is to really create an awareness about it, and to bring those who are practicing those things out of it through the truth. So
that's fantastic. So again, Right on Radio at rightonradio.podcast Podbean.com, and of course the Reveal Report. And we encourage all of our viewers, please watch Jesse on these other shows. Don't limit yourself to ours, because we cover one thing. I ask your questions for Jesse, and we cover some news
Right.
topics as well. But
You
there's
get the hard job, David.
I know, but you got, and it's so much. And you're on Chantel Mayberg's program from
That's
time to
right.
time
Yeah,
as well. Aquarius Rising.
I do that every week, Aquarius Rising South Africa. And on there, we get more to kind of the heart, what it's been like being a survivor, what are the things I've lived through. And it's really meant to, bring out survivors' voices and encourage people to really talk about the things that have happened to them, but also to talk about the healing process and what that looks like.
Well, I'm going to tell you a little story. I think you're going to find, you were talking about your 5-year-old fan, and you have a ton of fans, but I'm going to tell you something that was very, very encouraging. You actually helped me to get a guest on this program that I didn't think I'd be able to get. I'm going to tell you the story. There was you might have seen in the news or followed in the news, a number of television personalities in local markets across the United States that have been involved in exposing the fact that they are being censored by their station management. That some of them have been television reporters, some of them have been newscasters, this sort of thing, and they were working along with Project Veritas to expose the fact that some of these major corporations like CBS and Fox and that sort of thing are censoring them from reporting stories that
He keeps teleporting. That's right. Just like
anti-COVID,
Una Flash.
anti-vaccine, that sort of thing. Well, there was here I live in Michigan, and I'm part of the Metro Detroit market, and we had a television meteorologist, a weather forecaster, and she's going to be on the program actually tomorrow, which will be the day after this interview airs, because folks, just so you know, we're pre-recording this today because she's going to be actually gone on the day that this airs, but we have her on the program. But anyway, so tomorrow, for those of you that are watching this now, we're going to have this weathercaster on, and I had reached out to her because she had CBS was demanding that all of their employees get the vaccine in order to continue to work there, and she didn't want to do that, and she not only did she refuse, but she actually went on the air during one of her forecasts and said, I am being ordered to do this and I am refusing, and blah, 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 blah. And they fired.
We're talking about the woman who got fired for she did her news story. We all saw the video.
A number of different people. I said, I'm going to reach out to this person. She doesn't know me from Adam, right? But because most of the people that watch our show are into conspiracy theories, alternative news, alternative health, and that sort of thing. So I reach out to her, and I get an email back immediately saying, oh, you're the guy that interviews Jesse Saboter all the time on your program, the woman from the Illuminati.
That's why I covered Jesse earlier. She's kind of like the tie between him and that other channel we're going to cover later. So
she thinks you're fantastic. So I'm just letting you know that we're making headway out here. And I wanted to.
Well, David,
I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I think maybe we can help her out and.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to see if I can. She can become my weather forecaster.
Right?
I hate that it keeps skipping. It's like he's playing it too fast or something. Like it's not caught up, or it's buffering or loading or some shit.
I talked about last week when I mentioned the idea that Satan is winning, and as you said, we are going to win in the end. I think we need to begin, before I get to the questions for you today, with a little bit of a positive. A lot of people, it's an ongoing fight that we have for our. It's a spiritual battle, and we're all fighting it. And you fight it in a certain way, from a perspective that hardly anyone else has. Well, there's a lot of people, that have been through what you've been through, but you're the voice for these people. You are their hope, because you're letting people know you're coming out there and putting your life on the line, literally, because you've had threats against you and everything else. But you've gone out there, you've preached the good news of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. You've spoken, you've been the voice for thousands of women and children who have been abused through this satanic Illuminati ritualism and everything else. But you bring hope to people, and if you can have hope and say we're going to win, how can we not believe that, right? Because after what you've been through, because so many of us have not been through anything. I mean, my life has been damn good compared to, I have no complaint. I every time I pray, I hardly ever ask God for anything. I spend most of my time thanking him for my wife, my family, my health, everything that I've, and yet we know we're facing a spiritual battle, but it can be won. And
That's right.
Just reiterate what you told us last week, how we are going to win this war. It's going to be tough, but we're going to win.
Yeah, we're going to win because the Lord has already decreed that we win. And, so last week I had shared that, some of the things that we're seeing happen, and, we're literally watching the word of God unfold. He's allowed Satan to have this temporary reign to set up his kingdom. And we know that, there's still some things to that are yet to be fulfilled, like the Antichrist rising, the one world government, the one world system. And so we're going to see some of those things starting to unfold because the Lord has decreed that they're going to unfold. But, at the same time, everything is limited. We know that although they'll unfold, that at the same time, the Lord is literally upheaving the evil from the earth. And, I think that sometimes that's why we feel like things have gotten worse, or like
I'm very interested in covering her. I mean, it's going to take a lot of research, but I'm very interested in covering her. She's on this show all the freaking time, too.
Battle because, we're seeing so much more of the evil than we used to. And, I just want to encourage people that, everything is happening according to how God has ordained it. And, he's commanded the earth to literally vomit up the evil. And we see that happening as, our military as good men are going through those tunnel systems. They're going through the submarine lines. I mean, when have you ever seen manhole covers shooting out fire or smoke or water? I mean,
lots of times. So many fucking times. Every time that some shit like that happens, it's on the internet and labeled as something it's not. When something fucking explodes and blows manhole covers up, when it's fucking flooding and backing up to the sewer system and pushes manhole covers up. I used to work at a water treatment plant, and every time that it rained, our shit backed up and lifted. Manhole covers like fucking 6 foot in the air, just sitting on a cloud of water. It's crazy.
I mean, the ones in Chicago were literally, like a geyser going off. These are things that have never happened in history, and why are they happening?
Never happening. There's never been smoke or a fireball or water coming from a manhole cover in history.
The Lord is allowing his army to march through and to, blow up these underground places and to close off access to them. And as he does, everything is being revealed. And so I believe we're going to see more and more of that. I'd encourage people, if you're on Twitter, that's the only platform right now that, whether it's the good guys or the bad guys, doesn't matter. It's the only platform they allow me to be on and be vocal on. So, but if you get on there and watch Task Force specifically, the past few weeks, there's been a lot of reveal things that they have been putting out. They put out videos that they did, particularly about the adrenochrome and going through the history of it. They pull from some of the special videos and documentaries I've done with Sean Stone, and add that in there and talk about some of these dumb bases, some of the work that Aquino and Brennan were doing through those things. So today they were putting out more. People are always asking about the vamps and the wolves. Well, guess what? We've got individuals who are, directly going face to face with these individuals. And so, they put out one today that, where they're addressing those things. So I would encourage people to go, look, follow on there, and you'll see, that stuff is happening, for the good, not, it's not all doom and gloom and there's no rising out of it.
Well, I think, and since the last time we talked about this, I've had an opportunity to think a little bit about it. And I'm thinking maybe it isn't so much that the evil is increasing, and I'm sure that it is to a certain extent, but that maybe because
Yeah, manholes and sewer systems are a pretty simple system. A lot of older cities that were built with older sewer systems that haven't been upgraded, they can't even send men in. They've been sending in fucking like robots on tracks. There's root balls get in there and like close them down. There's cave-ins in parts. A lot of them are like clay or concrete pipes that have busted and infilled. Like they're really, really bad systems in a lot of towns that did sewer systems early on. There's actually an entire thriving business that's making a killing with these fiberglass tube liners. What they do is they send a robot down a manhole, and when it gets down to the main pipe, so it's like a T, like you go down and then there's a main pipe running through, the robot pulls a cord with a folded up sheet of fiberglass in it, and they pull it out the other end and up another manhole cover. And that tube, they unroll it, and it's a tube of fiberglass. They inflate it with air, and the resin's already in the fiberglass just with no moisture in it, like it's been dehydrated. They inflate it with air until it touches all the walls of where the sewer system pipe is, and then they blow steam into it. The steam activates the resin, and then they turn off the steam and just keep it inflated until it hardens, and they've been lining sewer systems with that, and they're making bukus of money doing that shit, upgrading sewer lines.
Because of people like you.
I know a guy who started a company doing it. I mean, I haven't talked to him in years, but he was very, very wealthy last time I talked to him.
The level is increasing when in fact maybe it's just coming out from the darkness and being exposed into the light, and people are being bombarded saying, oh my God, I had no idea all this was going on, when actually it's been going on for years, decades. But now it's coming out, and people are not, there's a difference between being woke and awakened. People are being awakened to the reality here. So maybe that's what's happening. It's fighters
I
like
think
you.
that's fair. I think that's fair to
Hey, what's up, Patty?
Did you by chance see the one that went out with our Postmaster General, Jay Gould? Did you see the latest one he put out last week?
Oh, God. Our Postmaster General.
It was, I mean, I was sitting there with my mouth gaping open. I was like, did he just say all that? So people are wondering, I guess first you gotta, let me think where to even start with it. I mean, it was just pretty shocking. For those who don't know, the Postmaster General is the individual who, oversees all the post offices and our mail and all of that. And, it may seem unimportant, but when you really look into his role, it's quite important in these end time things. Most people may not be aware that the post office it's not an organization, it's not a department. It literally is kind of like London or Washington, D.C., Manhattan. It's its own sovereign entity.
Yeah.
So there's no better way to describe that. So in this, he basically, in this video, shows the evidence that he has full, let me think how he put it, legislative, judicial, and executioner control. And I was like, wait, what? So he's claiming that all that authority is his as the Post General Master. He shows the proofs. And there's no denying, there's no making it up. You're like, wow, he's putting it right on the table. Then he says some other interesting things. So I really want people to listen, because he talks about those who are, I think he puts it, claimants of blood. So what that means is that all of us, like he's starting to talk about the reveal of the quantum system. Each of us, like the fallacy.
Not yet, Patty. We're working on it, though.
he's starting to bring out that our identity is through our blood and our quantum signature.
Our identity is through our blood and our quantum signature. Clearly, these people are on the edge. The reason I didn't put a whole lot of effort into debunking Dark Outpost and David Zublik was because it was pretty easy to just watch what he was reading over and over and over again, like on Real Raw News. Now, she is a much bigger fish to fry, for sure. And we need to investigate her and see where she's coming from and her bloodline and this and that. Not making fun of her intrinsic values, not making any threats, not doing anything against YouTube guidelines. I did find a really interesting video just now that was sent in by Heavy Fisted. And I think we're going to watch it right quick. It's only a 5-minute video. We got time. Let's watch this right quick. There's something going on YouTube. I don't know if you guys know it, but the last time my channel went down was for a video I made in October. In October. There's some type of bot going around. There's some type of something going on that are striking down channels automatically. Some channels are disappearing. Some channels like mine are losing monetization. It's a mess right now. Let's see what this guy just put here.
Thank you for clicking on this video. I know it might seem a bit dramatic, or it might...
This is Voxus Productions.
Believe me, YouTube is facing a very serious problem at the moment that affects all content creators. The short of it is...
Crosshatch 2 lost my channel.
Created a rogue algorithm that is hunting down and attacking small and large channels and giving them community strikes and, in some cases, wiping out whole channels for unjust reason. Still with me? Great. Story time. Recently, there's been a lot of talk about YouTube and big tech companies tackling extreme content online. And of course, in typical YouTube fashion, they do a half-assed attempt. So what do? They tweak the YouTube algorithm. The problem is when they did this, they created a fault. And it is learning to recognize certain patterns in YouTube the wrong way. Me and many other YouTube creators woke up today to find this message that one of our videos, or maybe more, had been breaching community guidelines. And the reason? Supposedly supporting violent criminal organizations. This was not the case. There was nothing like that in my video. I tried to appeal, but my appeal was immediately rejected.
Same here.
Within 1 minute, it had been rejected. This was clearly not a human because the video is 7 minutes long. And this pattern occurred in other people's video appeals as well. I started doing some digging around. This has not just affected me, it's affected loads of people. Your Movie Sucks has had lots of problems with the algorithm this week. He has been unfairly struck, and as a result, some of his editors aren't getting paid. His channel's been run at a loss because his channel has been demonetized by these false accusations by what is clearly a bot. I looked into this further, and there seems to be a pattern. And the thing
9/11 joke.
9/11. For some reason, the bot is attacking any channels that makes reference to 9/11. It doesn't matter the context. It doesn't matter if it's a joke or something like that. If you show a still image or a video clip of the Twin Towers, which I can't show because the bot will come for me, then you...
I wonder if I mentioned 9/11. There's been a couple times that we brought that up, and I showed you guys what they claim is the fake video. I wonder if that was in that video. I can't view it now because YouTube took it.
You will get a community strike that you can't appeal. Numerous channels have reported this. I'm not the only one, like I said. Another channel, Unsubscribe, has had a hit on his channel. He's had a hit on not one, but 3 of his videos. Why? Because he showed maybe a second or 2 of the Twin Towers. And already his channel, his small channel, is suffering from this attack from the algorithm. It gets worse. This year is the 20th anniversary of 9/11. What do you think is going to happen 2 months from now when American content creators, which are a large proportion of YouTube, are going to commemorate this historical...
They took away my channel because they said that we had a channel that... Or they took away my subscription because we had a channel that the majority of our content was based on harassment. But none of my videos have been taken down for harassment. It took them 8 months to approve my channel for monetization, and it took them a week to say, oh, no, we were wrong. You shouldn't be monetized.
And cultural event, the bot is going to come for them. And hundreds of thousands, maybe more content creators will be attacked by a bot that they cannot stop from giving them community strike after community strike. They will be demonetized, and in the very worst case...
Sure, we'll talk about it on the 20th anniversary.
Unjustly. Good job, Google. You have built a faulty algorithm that is attacking innocent content creators. And
I don't think they'll remonetize this channel, but I've thought about starting another channel or maybe using CBC Media to do short clips of stuff that I've debunked, like the Jason Q video or this video or that video, and kind of clean them up, use code words, so I could get a channel that is monetized at some point.
And unless awareness of this is spread, loads of people are going to lose their livelihoods.
Yeah, I've never gotten paid that money. I'm not sure if I'm going to get paid that money. If I don't, because it's a month behind. If I don't get paid that money, then I'm going to tell everybody to file it against their credit card charges. But that's probably why it's a month behind. You know what I mean? Like all those super chats that got sent in, the little bit, I don't think I made but like $1 or $2 off ads, because most of my videos didn't have ads or had very, very limited ads. But all the super chats that got sent in, I've never received that money because it's a month behind. They probably do that so you can't claim it on your credit card.
Please, if you can, share this video
or make it harder to claim.
Help out those who've had their channel attacked by this rogue AI, because otherwise it's going to get worse. If YouTube doesn't stop this or is made aware of it, loads of people are going to suffer, and it's going to wreck the platform. And I would also urge those of you out there who have video content, go through all your videos with a fine-tooth comb. I know it's a pain in the ass, but if you have just a second a glimpse of the Twin Towers, your channel will get hit. And if you've got it enough times and you don't know, then you will face deletion. Your channel will be destroyed. A video I made 6 years ago got taken down. So please, we got to come together as a community. I'm not one for crusades. I'm just a guy with a fucking puppet show. That's it. But I urge you, we got to stop this because it's going to get worse. More and more channels are going to get hit. More and more people are going to lose money.
6 years ago, obviously jokes. Tell me what I should do to remove it, and YouTube is unironically abusive.
Money or just content.
It is quite literally a comedic gaming video. How is that not clearly artistic content? You're acting like I upload a political rant or a ISIS training video. Fix your shit and remove my strike now, please. Everyone, please retweet this or else they won't change anything. That's true. The only way to get their attention is Twitter. And you have to have enough retweets or likes. And I know a lot of my fan base doesn't like to use Twitter, but if you get a chance and you're bored, make a Twitter account. The only time I'll ever need you to do anything there is when YouTube takes down my channel to get retweets so they actually answer me.
AI is only going to get worse. It's going to pick up other bad habits. So we got to stop this. Thank you for listening. Spread the word.
Yeah, that's a third-party bot. So what... You can bot someone's channel. What I think's happening is someone who doesn't like my content is paying a company to send bots to my channel to post porn and casinos, bullshit, or whatever the bots are. But what happens is when that bot comes in, it sends like 1,000 messages at once, but it's got them on time delay, but still it takes some of the computing power away from YouTube. And on that computing power on YouTube, it causes some people's videos to freeze, as people have been telling me. But either way, they're trying to get me strikes against my video. Because spamming YouTube, even in the comments, is one of the things that they can ban you for insta-ban. I think someone's paying to do it. It's kind of a joke that anybody's doing it. Oh, quantum mysticism. All right, let's see what else we got. What else we got that's new? I know what we got. Did you guys know that the president of the United States, the leader of the free world, apparently and allegedly ate a booger off his fucking face today? Hold on just a second. We'll watch the video. Don't believe me? I got the receipts. Got them receipts. Here we go. This is Biden coming in, and there's a timer continuously running to show how long the booger is on his face.
Can y'all see us and hear us?
This is a speech he did at some type of forest, blah, 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 something another. It doesn't matter.
Jay, you're beginning to convince the American people there is a thing called climate
See, nothing on his chin.
crisis.
He's going to wipe his nose and his chin. Now there's clearly something on his chin.
Well, thank you all for being here. I'm going to
This
make
wart-looking object on his chin.
I asked the Vice President to say a few words, get some questions, and we'll get down to business, if that's okay with you all.
All right, now let's see how long he talks with it on his chin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We stand with you, and this is a commitment from our administration that we will not only stand with you, but stay in touch with you, mostly to hear from you. We know that the way that we can help you manage and expand your capacity is through the partnership that we have, the federal and state government, along with local government.
He gets a note from a staffer.
This issue
Okay, he rubs his chin.
is ongoing each year, as we have discussed. It gets worse.
Then he eats it. Excuse me? The President of the United States, the leader of the free world, ate a booger off his chin. Could you just imagine if Donald Trump would have just had like something fluttering in his nose?
The partnership that we have, the federal
Here we go, one more time for the people in the back.
local governments. This
Rub the chin.
issue is ongoing.
See the booger?
As we have discussed,
Eat the booger.
it affects real people.
Now let's see what happens with the note here.
Breathing the smoke.
We ate the booger. The booger's gone.
At night, concerned that they may get an evacuation order at any
He
moment.
sets the note down.
I may have,
Booger is now gone.
my eyes are bigger than my stomach.
And then he answers, my eyes are bigger than my stomach.
That I may have a bigger appetite, but
He's got a big appetite. Big appetite for what there, big guy? Taking 10% of all the nose craters? What are you doing? You ate a fucking booger off your face, dude. Stop using references to your appetite.
I really think it can be helpful. And there again, I say to your colleagues, there's a
Oh no, don't show the note. Don't show the note. Sir, there is something on your chin. And I'm proud to be an American.
They're really showing themselves to do really well. Come on, man.
You guys want to watch some more toe videos? Which is worse, the toes or the eating of the boogers? The leader of the free world, arguably the most powerful man on the face of the fucking planet, ate a booger off his chin when a staffer told him, "Sir, there appears to be something on your chin." He wipes, looks, he says, "Oh yeah, that's a booger. Eat it up. Eat it. Eat it up." If I saw another YouTuber eat the booger, I'd be like, "Oh, that's disgusting. He ate a booger." That is the fucking president of the United States, dude. That is the president of the United States. The note should have said, "Sir, there appears to be something on your chin. Please don't eat it. Sir, please don't eat the booger on your chin." Mr. President, please don't eat any foreign material you find on your face after wiping your nose across your lips and over your chin. Please, sir. There's not a more... This man has a button that vaporizes people, okay? That launches a missile, vaporizes foreigners, and then we get vaporized. And he's sitting at a child's table eating boogers. Oh, that time Jill stuck her finger out. He's like, "Arr, arr, arr." I don't know what to do. I mean, I laugh because that's the way I deal with everything. Funerals, positive AIDS tests, booger eaters. I laugh. I know it's not funny, but what the fuck do I do? I don't know. I do have a question. Mariah, why don't you ever hold my flesh weasel like this? Look at that. Look at that beautiful yet firm grip. Anyways. I don't know what to do. He ate a booger. Liberty Warrior over there with the new next generation of talk shows. He's kicking our ass. We need more fans. Here's some more hypocrisy.
Thank you, everybody.
Oh, hey, what is this? Where's the measuring tape? You look like you caught the death anyways. Oh, by the way, I'll show you one more thing, then we'll wrap up. It's almost 1. You guys remember when I was trying to say that Biden was the president, Trump wasn't secretly president, he wasn't coming back on March the 4th or January the 20th, whenever. And everybody's like, "Oh, you piece of shit. You know how I know he's not the president? Because the president and the vice president never ride in the same airplane together." And I said, 1, they didn't travel together to Georgia, like you're saying. And 2, it's not an actual official rule. They can travel together if they wanted to. It's just kind of an unwritten rule, and the Secret Service is going to raise hell, right? The Secret Service is going to raise hell if they travel together. And people are like, "No, you piece of shit. They're never allowed to travel together. That's how you can tell that they're not president, vice president." And they did travel together. Why are they coming down the steps together? And I was like, well, Air Force One arrived. Air Force Two arrived. The vice president walked over to Air Force One to meet before they got, no, that doesn't happen. They all go inside. They're illegitimate. I am now calling foul, completely and utterly calling foul, because I can now see the error of my way. You are in fact correct. They are illegitimate, and here is the proof. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the wrong Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Damn it. Now what are we going to do? Are we going to go back and remove Trump and buy Trump and Pence as well? Jesus Christ. Now what are we supposed to do? They're walking down the steps together off Air Force One. And that you told me they never arrive in two separate planes, then just meet on Air Force One on the tarmac. That's not allowed. They're never allowed to travel together. That means they're not really president. Now what do we do? Get in that fucking time machine, I guess. I don't know what to say anymore. We're done. No presidents ever existed. Lincoln was the 18th, JFK was the 19th, and Trump will also be the 19th. And you won't have that shit-eating grin on your face when JFK Sr. comes out. So now we're done. Guys, thank you for the support tonight. We had more tips tonight than we had the last couple of nights. We had Rusky and Solitaire. We had a few tips over on Buy Me a Coffee. I appreciate that. Let me refresh them to where I can see them right quick. Thank you for the Buy Me a Coffees. We always appreciate the donations. A few donations actually came in, including a $100 donation to the GoFundMe. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Judy bought us a coffee. Who else bought a coffee? That might have been the only person. Judy was the only person? Hold on. Judy Silver, 11 Bravo, Dreamweaver. I think that was from last night, but still they bought a couple in a row last night. So thank you for that, guys. I appreciate the donations. Yeah, Mason tipped $10. Oh, that was last night. Thank you guys, though. Either way, I don't care if it's last night or not. Thank you for the donations. I do appreciate them. Thank you for staying with us as we work to do this house thing. Maybe we'll work out a way to where I can stream something for the house. I feel like we're going to be in a temporary situation for a while, maybe a camper or something while we get a double wide or whatever we do. But either way, we'll take you guys along with us while Mariah tries to restrain herself from killing me. I appreciate you guys being on here, helping us out, sticking around, following me around to different channels and shit. Thank you, and we'll see you on the next one. Everybody have a good night.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No.
That's right, Dreamweaver. We're going to put a shoot house in the bottom of it. Spring-loaded doors we can kick in.
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
It's some office about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Uh-oh.
It's some office about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. And yeah. Woo, woo.
And Mars in the house.
Hey. The jab. Pine needle tea.
Underground DOMs save the children.
Social security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel.
Medbed.
Martial law.
1745. 10 Days of Darkness. Digging tunnels. Dogecoin. The Evergreen. 19. Vaseline.
Hit the like on the way out, please.
All right, here we go. Well, Johnny, you can go to Mommy's basement.
Shout out to Jay Reese and BT for the remix.
We're working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some office about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
We are now the news.
But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss 'em off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6 cents for the stupid shit.
Where my true believer?
Y'all need Jesus.
Praise the Lord, head to the extreme.
All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip, worshiping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like Thor in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss 'em off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss 'em off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Give me a... Oh my God. Damn it.
Here we go.
All right, everybody. Have a good night. We'll see you on the next one.
Piss 'em off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is